Hello everyone, welcome to Enigma Vault. I hope my voice and stories can be the bridge between your racing thoughts and peaceful sleep. If this journey can soothe you, please like and subscribe to my channel. You are safe here. Let the story begin. The police lights cast a red light band outside the wall, and Carl's men had approached within 5 meters. Amid the dull thud of the rubber stick hitting her palm, Irene could hear Hawk's Adam's apple rolling. That was his habit when he was anxious, exactly the same as when her father was looking through old photos of his missing sister. "Jack!" Hawk suddenly turned and yelled. "Shoot the flare in your pocket into the sky." The young police officer was stunned for half a second, then reacted. He took out the spare signal gun from his waist and fired a green bullet into the sky. The exploding fluorescent green illuminated the corner of the parking lot where a silver pickup truck was parked, still running with steam coming out of its hood. It's the driver who was delivering the goods just now. Irene's tinnitus suddenly became sharp, and the sound of metal friction pierced the chaos. She grabbed Hawk's arm. The engine noise is a Cummins 6.7 liter, the same model as the refrigerated truck we heard in the pipe. Carl's men obviously didn't expect this. The leading man subconsciously looked up and pulled out something half an inch from his trouser pocket with his right hand. It was not a gun, but a walkie-talkie. Irene's heart sank. This meant that the other party was waiting for support, and they only had 3 minutes left. "Follow me." Hawk dragged her towards the pickup truck, his boot heels sparking on the concrete. Jack came up behind, holding up his empty pistol and gesturing. "Come any closer and I'll really shoot." His voice was trembling, as if he really had a bullet loaded. The pickup truck's driver's door was unlocked. As Hawk got into the driver's seat, Irene caught a glimpse of the name tag on the passenger seat. Ralph Carter, Delta Transportation. She quickly took out her work badge and stuffed it into her briefcase. When the rear door slammed loudly, the engine started roaring. "Hold on!" Hawk stepped on the accelerator, and the pickup truck rushed out like a wild donkey. Carl's men dodged in a hurry. An SUV tried to block the road, but he turned the steering wheel, and the right rear wheel accurately ran over the other party's front bumper. The sound of metal collision mixed with Irene's ringing in her ears, and she saw Carl's face in the rearview mirror twisted into a blue-gray color. The sound of sirens finally penetrated the parking lot. Jack leaned out the back window and waved, and they were already turning onto the interstate when the Border Patrol car rushed in. That hand just now was beautiful. Irene wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. The briefcase was wrinkled by her grasp. Hawk's knuckles were still clasped on the steering wheel, with blood seeping out from between his fingers. He had just cut his palm with glass shards, and the bloody palm lines looked like a scar in the nightlight. The pickup truck was parked at the location I saw on the surveillance camera half an hour ago. He pulled off the square scarf from his collar to wrap his hands. The drivers of the transportation company always like to buy a cup of coffee after unloading the goods, and they never take out the keys from their cars. Jack was rummaging through the first aid kit in the back seat, and suddenly chuckled. "You're not a seasoned veteran. You're clearly a desert fox." Hawk didn't respond, but increased the speed to 90 miles per hour. Irene looked at the cacti flying by outside the window, and suddenly a metallic vibration popped up in the tinnitus, overlapping with the contraction sound of the refrigerated truck engine. She clutched the document bag that contained the GPS log secretly taken from the transportation company. The abnormal timestamps were getting hot. Allen Brown's studio is in an old industrial area of Tucson, with a tin roof covered in ivy, and a house number in faded red paint. As Hawk parked the pickup in the alley, Erin's ears rang again. This time it was a metallic sound, very light, like a key scraping against a lock. "He's on the second floor." Alan's voice came from the intercom, with a distorted, electronic sound. "The combination lock has been changed. Enter 2079, which is my daughter's birthday." The studio was warmer than expected. There were 3 monitors on the oak table against the wall, and the one in the middle was scrolling green code. The coffee machine in the corner had a burnt smell, obviously forgotten by its owner for a long time. Alan himself was wearing a washed-out NASA sweatshirt. When he saw Hawk, his eyes lit up. Reyes, I found new evidence of the border surveillance loophole you mentioned last time. Look at this first. Irene pushed the file bag over. Ellen's fingers flew on the keyboard, and the GPS data was projected on the wall. The originally smooth movement trajectory was like a torn piece of cloth, suddenly breaking into pieces in the no man's corridor area on the US-Canada border. He pushed up his glasses and said, "Here's an encrypted code in hexadecimal," repeated 7 times. The screen zoomed in, and Irene saw the sequence 89F4, interspersed in the string, exactly the same as what she had photographed on the transportation company's server. This is not ordinary signal interference. Alan brought up another window. I hacked into the Ministry of Transportation's satellite log. During the same period, 3 trucks registered to energy companies also showed abnormal data. He hit enter, and 3 license plate photos popped up. In the blurry close-up of the top one, Irene recognized the logo of a refrigerated truck, exactly the same as the one where the body was found. Hawk tapped his fingers on the table. "Can you trace the source? We need more samples."
Alan opened an encrypted folder, which contained compressed files marked with the date 198X. There were similar disappearances in the 1980s. GPS was not yet popular at that time, but in the freight records.
Suddenly, Irene's ears began to shriek. She turned her head sharply and looked towards the window. There was a faded blue curtain hanging there, but there was a very thin shadow moving, like a wire blown by the wind. Someone. She pressed the back of Hawk's hand. The technologist's fingers rested on the keyboard. The 3 of them held their breath at the same time. There was a light metallic friction sound coming from outside the window, like the back of a knife scraping across sheet metal. Hawk reached for his waist. There was no gun there, only the telescopic baton that Jack had handed him before he left. "I'll go take a look." Jack picked up the wrench on the table and tiptoed towards the back door. Irene's eyes swept across Alan's monitor, and suddenly stopped at the surveillance screen in the lower right corner. In the camera at the alley entrance, there was a man in a dark gray hoodie, looking down at his phone. The brim of his hat was pulled down very low, but the moment he looked up, his eyes met hers. "It's Tom Smith." She recognized those eyes. In the monitoring room of the transportation company, the man who called himself logistics director had stood behind Carl. The rhythm of his fingers tapping on the calculator was exactly the same as the contraction sound of the refrigerated truck engine. "Lock the door," she yelled. Hawk had already rushed to the door, and his baton made a metallic sound when it swung in his palm. Alan frantically pressed the combination lock on the wall, and the red warning light began to flash. Jack's footsteps stopped abruptly at the back door, followed by the dull sound of something heavy falling to the ground. That's when there was a knock on the door. Tap, tap, tap. It was light, like someone had knocked on a wooden door with the pads of their knuckles. Hawk placed the tip of his baton against the door, and with his free hand motioned for Alan to turn off all the lights. In the darkness, Irene's tinnitus and heartbeat resonated, and she heard her own hoarse voice. "Who is it?" There was no answer from the door. The second knock was a little heavier, with a tentative tone. Hawk's breath was hot on the back of her neck, but it sent chills down her spine. His fingers gripped the door handle, and he turned it slowly. The metallic friction sound of the doorknob turning was particularly harsh in the silence. The tip of Hawk's baton almost pierced through the door, until a cold white light leaked through the crack. It was Rebecca Adams. Her short hair was stained with night dew. The police badge on her collar was glowing faintly. In her left hand she held a black briefcase full of hard drives, and in her right hand she held her police officer ID with the screen lit up. "Officer Reyes," her voice was calmer than the wind outside the door. "I heard from the station that you were investigating GPS anomalies, and the guys in the technical department even spilled coffee on the server." She raised her chin. "Do you need help?" Hawk's baton dropped half an inch. Irene leaned her head out of his arms and recognized Rebecca's voice above the ringing in her ears. This was the woman who had used tweezers to pick up a piece of mud from a refrigerated truck tire in the evidence room 3 days ago and said, "This is glacial moraine from northern Alberta. The truck drove around Canada for at least 3 hours. Come in." Hawk took a half step back, and as soon as the door closed, Alan rushed over to lock the password again. The red warning light was still flashing, illuminating Rebecca's face in flickering light. She put her briefcase on the table, the metal buckle knocking against Alan's keyboard. "Let's take a look at the progress of your analysis first." In the blue light of the screen, Alan's fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard. The GPS track image was like a crumpled paper ball. The borderline that should have been straight was twisted into a tangled mess. The refrigerated truck carrying 13 bodies set out from Phoenix. It should have reached Vancouver in 48 hours, but it suddenly disappeared in Montana for 17 hours. He pushed his glasses that had slid to the tip of his nose. What's even stranger is that the last signal before it disappeared, from an abandoned church on the Aboriginal reservation. Irene took over. She dug her nails into her palms. The stained glass of the church still had the Cree symbols painted by her mother before she disappeared. The transportation company said it was an equipment failure, but I've seen this encryption protocol in their old contracts. She pulled out a stack of yellowed documents from her canvas bag, with coffee stains on the edges of the papers. In 2018, they transported drilling equipment to an energy company, and they used this delayed GPS code. Rebecca's pupils shrank. She pulled up a chair and sat down. Her briefcase popped open with a click, revealing 3 silver laptops. So the hackers didn't attack randomly. They wanted to cover up this blank period of time. She called up her own system. "I hacked into the state police's backup server. Your analysis." The alarm suddenly blew. Alan's computer screen suddenly turned blood red. The data was like sand swept away by a hurricane. The trajectory map shattered into flickering spots of light. Even the timestamps began to become confused. The location of October 15th, 2023 was mixed with the coordinates of March 20th. It's Jack Turner. Irene's tinnitus suddenly became sharp, as if someone was using an electric drill to drill a hole in her ear bone. She recalled the logistics manager in the transport company's monitoring room, who was counting on a calculator to the exact same rhythm as the contraction of the refrigerated truck's engine. "He's interfering with time synchronization." Rebecca's fingers fluttered across the keyboard like butterflies. "Turn off auto-sync," she yelled. Alan switched to manual calibration mode. "Erin, give me the contract in your hand." Irene grabbed her phone and pointed the camera at the encryption symbol on the file. Rebecca glanced at the photo and suddenly smiled. "This is the Hourglass Protocol, specially provided by the energy company. The delay in sending is to avoid satellite scanning." She quickly entered the command. Jack thought we would use conventional countermeasures, but the loophole in the Hourglass Protocol is timestamp verification at the receiving end. Alan suddenly slammed the table. His face was reflected palely on the screen, and his fingers were shaking as he modified the code. "If we use the longitude and latitude of the church in the reservation as an anchor point, we can reconstruct the timeline." The sounds of keyboard typing, alarms, and Irene's suppressed breathing mixed together. When the last string of garbled code suddenly stopped, everyone froze. In the center of the screen, a clear green track was growing. Starting from Phoenix, passing through the Arizona desert, stopping at the abandoned church in Montana for 17 hours, and then continuing north to the unsupervised corridor on the US-Canada border. Reverse tracking. Hawk's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. Rebecca nodded and pressed the confirmation button. 3 seconds later, an IP address popped up on the screen, and the location was shown as Yukon Territory, Canada. But the note at the bottom made Irene's blood freeze. "Encryption level, enterprise level. He's not a Lone Ranger." Rebecca's voice was as light as a sigh. She closed a laptop, the metal casing still hot. This kind of protective wall requires at least 5 people to maintain it at the same time. Alan suddenly gasped. His mouse hovered over a piece of data, and after zooming in, a string of covered codes slowly unfolded. Look at this. Mission priority. S level. Funding source undisclosed. He looked up, his eyes behind the lenses shining. Jack is cleaning up the traces, but he doesn't know that the logs of the Hourglass protocol will be automatically backed up to the transportation company's old server. Erin said softly. Her tinnitus finally subsided, leaving only a faint buzzing. The sound of sirens was heard outside the window, getting closer and closer. Hawk suddenly grabbed the whiskey on the table and took a big gulp. Through the sting of the alcohol burning his throat, he heard Rebecca packing up the hard drive, Alan still typing on the keyboard, Irene rummaging through files, and at the slightest, the sound of the computer fans suddenly speeding up. Wait. Alan's finger stopped in midair. He leaned closer to the screen and zoomed in on a section of the data stream that had just been recovered. This. He looked up, his face even paler than before. There is another activation command hidden in Jack's attack program. He swallowed. Count down. 12 hours. Irene's tinnitus became sharp again. She looked at Hawk, whose knuckles were whitening on the baton. Rebecca put her hand on Alan's shoulder, her voice still calm, but with a hint of tension. What type of instructions? I don't know. Alan's Adam's apple moved. But there is an internal logo of the energy company in the code. Everyone froze when there was another knock on the door. This time it wasn't the sound of knuckle pads hitting the door, but the crisp sound of metal hitting the door, like the barrel of a gun against the door. Hawk's baton clanked to the ground. He bent down to pick it up, and caught a glimpse of the countdown on Alan's screen. The moment the sirens blasted outside the window, the back of Hawk's neck reacted before his brain. The intuition he developed while chasing fugitives in the desert told him that this was no ordinary patrol car. The siren frequency was 3 beats faster than a regular police dispatch, and it was a special forces team whose request for support was marked as high risk. Retreat to the wall. He picked up the baton that fell on the ground, and held the pistol on his waist with his other hand. The whiskey burned a fire in his stomach, reminding him of the stormy night 3 years ago. He misjudged the deployment of police forces at the drug dealer's hideout, resulting in his partner being shot in the spleen by a stray bullet. The metallic collision sound on the door handle at this moment overlapped with a muffled sound when the drug dealer kicked the door. Irene's tinnitus seemed to be amplified. She stared at the countdown jumping on Alan's screen. 11:58 and 23. The numbers were blindingly red. The backup system suddenly popped into her memory. 2 weeks ago, when she was looking through old accounts at the truck company, she had seen a network architecture diagram from 1998, with the words backup server, emergency use only, IP segments marked in faded blue pen in the lower right corner. Rebecca. She pulled a chair over and squeezed next to Alan. The truck company has an old system that uses Cisco 2600 series routers. The vulnerability patches for this type of equipment have not been updated for 10 years. Her nails almost poked the screen. Jack is going to jump to our intranet through it. The countdown should trigger this. Rebecca's pupils shrank. As a former FBI technical advisor, she knew all too well how dangerous this antique device could be, like putting a sticky note saying breakpoint on bulletproof glass. She immediately took the notebook from Alan's lap, and her fingers flew across the touchpad. Alan, give me the MAC address of the backup system. Irene, use your ears to help me listen. She suddenly paused. By the way, you can distinguish the sound of metal contraction, right? Irene nodded. Amid the shrieking tinnitus in her ears, she closed her eyes and focused her attention on the subtle vibrations in the air. The metal grill of the air conditioner vent made a light clicking sound when it heated up. Every time Alan pressed the mechanical keyboard, there was a 0.3-second delay buzzing, and she opened her eyes suddenly. Southwest direction, 10 meters away. She pointed to the fire escape outside the window. There is a shortwave transmitter with a frequency of about 30 megahertz, the same frequency as the management port of Cisco. Hawk's baton slammed down on the windowsill. He pulled aside the curtains and saw 2 cardboard boxes stacked at the corner of the fire escape. A black antenna was visible from the gap of one of them. "Son of a bitch," he cursed, turned to Irene and said, "You keep an eye on the inside, I'll take that thing apart." The moment the door was kicked open, Hawk's baton had already been swung out. The man who rushed in was a tall, thin man in a hoodie with an Ouroboros tattooed on his wrist. Exactly the same tattoo they found on the body of the energy company informant. The screen of the phone held by the other party was on, with the countdown to 11. The moment Hawk hit his wrist with his baton, the phone fell to the ground and broke in two. "Fuck!" The tall and thin man rushed towards the broken screen, Hawk's knee already against the back of his neck. He felt a hard object behind the man's waist, and when he pulled it out, it turned out to be a modified stun gun. "Who sent you?" He handcuffed the man to the table leg, and saw out of the corner of his eye that Alan's computer screen suddenly went black. The hum of the fan turned into a shrill scream. "Hardware overload." Alan's forehead was covered with sweat. He pressed the power button desperately. The graphics card is burned, and the motherboard temperature is 98 degrees. Rebecca suddenly pulled off her scarf, wrapped it around Alan's notebook and threw it to the ground. "The heat dissipation hole is blocked." She pulled open her scarf and found a ball of fine steel mesh stuck to the heat dissipation hole. Jack implanted a nanoscale heat sink in the first round of attack, and now the computer is self-destructing. Irene's tinnitus suddenly changed pitch. She rushed to the wireless router in the corner and tore open the outer casing with her bare hands. Inside was a circle of copper wire as thin as a hair, flashing a faint blue light as the countdown began. "This is a signal amplifier." She pulled back her hand as she was burned when she pulled out the copper wire. "He's going to spread the attack wave to the entire block through the router." During the 20 minutes of frantic activity, the countdown jumped to 11. When Hawk smashed the fire ladder launcher into scrap metal, Rebecca took over Alan's system with an external hard drive, and Irene wrapped the rotor with aluminum foil from the kitchen. The studio's alarm finally stopped. The first round of attack is temporarily blocked. Alan wiped the sweat from his face, looked at the screen that lit up again, and his voice became lower and lower. He zoomed in on the newly intercepted data packet, and the IP addresses were like exploding star clusters. But Jack has changed his strategy. He pointed to the rolling data stream. Now it's a distributed denial of service attack, coming from 27 different IPs, all over Chicago, Toronto, Mexico City. Each IP is signed with a certificate from an energy company. Rebecca's fingers paused on the keyboard for 2 seconds. As a former agent who had seen too much darkness, she knew too well what this meant. Those who could mobilize a transnational botnet and forge corporate certificates were definitely not ordinary hackers. How long can the firewall hold up? At most half an hour. Alan's Adam's apple moved, and these attack packages are testing our defense gaps. He called up the real-time monitoring map. The originally stable green defense line was showing fine cracks. They are looking for a certain data. Irene suddenly grabbed his wrist. Amid her tinnitus, a series of metallic vibrations became clearer and clearer. That was the sound of the hard drive red right head moving at high speed. "It's the DNA matching record of the missing woman." She remembered the encrypted file that Maggie sent yesterday. "Jack wants to destroy the evidence linking us to the case in the night." Hawk smashed the empty whiskey bottle into the trash can. Amid the sound of breaking glass, he touched the crumpled photo in his pocket. It was taken by his partner before his last police call, with a truck with an energy company license plate in the background. "Hold on." His voice was like sandpaper scraping across a gun barrel. "Even if we have to tear this rotten place down, we have to hold on." Alan put his fingers back on the keyboard. "This time, There was a ferocity in his knocking, just like when he was assembling a communicator from old cell phone parts in an Afghan refugee camp. Rebecca began to disassemble her earrings. The seemingly ordinary pair of pearl earrings actually contained a signal jamming chip specially provided by the FBI. Irene put her ear against the router, using her painful tinnitus to capture every abnormal vibration. When the countdown jumped to 11:29:58, the lights in the studio suddenly flashed. On Alan's screen, the cracks in the green defense line were expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sirens outside the window stopped at some point, replaced by a duller roar, like the vibration of a heavy truck rolling over an asphalt road. Hawk walked to the window and opened it a crack. In the moonlight, 3 black SUVs without license plates were parked across the street with their lights off. The figure in the driver's seat moved, and something metallic was reflecting light. "Here they come," he said. Alan looked up, just in time to see a new wave of attack data packets pouring into the system. Dark red warning signs seeped out from the cracks in the defense wall. Out of everyone's sight, the tall and thin man who was handcuffed to the table leg was using his teeth to bite open the capsule hidden under his tongue. His pupils began to dilate as the pale blue liquid flowed down his throat. It was a neurotoxin that could paralyze a person's heart within 30 minutes. Counted down. Amid the hum of the studio's air conditioner, the sound of Alan tapping on the keyboard suddenly stopped. The red warning bar of the defense system was devouring the green defense line at a speed of 1 second. The sweat on his forehead spread on the lens, becoming blurred, until Irene's low curse reached his ears. "This broken rotor is shaking like crazy." Boom! Clearer than the vibration of the router is the gentle knock on the door handle. Hawk's right hand has already touched the lower back. He remembered the crisp sound of bullets hitting the magazine when he loaded the Glock pistol 3 hours ago, mixed with Alan's curse. These bastards use dark network chickens. The firewall can only last 10 minutes at most. At this moment his knuckles pressed on the cold metal, and his other hand was leaning on the door edge, looking out through the peephole. The moonlight poured into the corridor, illuminating a woman in a camel windbreaker. Her scarf was loosely wrapped around her neck, revealing a silver eagle-shaped pendant on her collarbone. It was exactly the same custom-made jewelry that the missing truck company accountant had posted on social media 3 days ago. "My name is Amy Jones." The woman's voice came through the door, trembling slightly. "Regarding the issue of GPS data anomalies, I have something to give you." Irene tugged at Hawk's clothes from behind. As the countdown approached, her tinnitus became more and more severe, as if there was an electric drill in her right ear. But at this moment the vibration suddenly weakened by half. It was the sound of metal friction, the sound of door hinges, and the slight sound of the keychain colliding in the woman's windbreaker pocket. Hawk flung the door open. The smell of rust blew in with the night wind. He first extended the muzzle of the gun, sweeping it across the briefcase at the woman's feet, and then across the corners of her red eyes. "Prove you are Amy." Last Friday at 3 p.m., I sent an email to the dispatch supervisor at Starbucks on 7th Avenue. The subject line was "Trajectory deviation of refrigerated truck number 23 requires manual review." The woman took out her work ID. The ponytail in the photo was now pressed under her woolen hat. Half an hour later, my workstation was cleared. The supervisor said I had taken a long vacation, but I never left my coffee cup. She suddenly clutched her briefcase tightly, her knuckles turning white. The next day, I saw myself on the convenience store surveillance camera. I was wearing the off-white sweater that I donated last week, talking to a man in a baseball cap at the dock. Erin's breath hitched. She recalled the story she had heard on the reservation 3 months ago. Old Mary's granddaughter was captured by surveillance cameras at a gas station 300 kilometers away, and the real girl was now lying in the morgue of the tribal hospital with her throat cut. "Come in." She took Amy's wrist, which felt hotter than she expected. Closed the door. Just then, Alan's screen beeped. The crack in the firewall suddenly shrank 2 inches. Rebecca took off the earrings she had just removed halfway. The chip on her fingertips reflected a faint blue light. The jammer can last for 5 minutes. She turned to Amy. Where's the file? The clasp of Amy's briefcase was rusty and made a creaking sound when it opened. On top was a stack of bank statements. Irene glanced at the recipients. They were all shell companies registered in the Cayman Islands. There was a mobile hard drive underneath, and the metal casing still had body temperature. I secretly copied this using the scanning function of the company's old printer. Amy's fingernails were stained with toner. When they tamper with the GPS track, they use 2 systems. The open one is logistics software, and the hidden one, she pointed at the hard drive, is the drilling location map of the energy company. Rebecca's fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard. The moment the hard drive was connected, 23 encrypted folders popped up on Alan's screen, and the top one was named Red Tail Project. Found it. He pushed up his glasses. The tampering instructions contain geographic coordinates, which are exactly the same as the location where the body was dumped in the refrigerated truck 3 months ago. Wait. Rebecca suddenly pressed the back of his hand. She zoomed in on one of the operation records, and the timestamp stopped at 22:17 on July 15. This IP address. She retrieved the data packet from Jack's previous attack. 3 segments of this IP address overlapped with the source address of the zombie machine that attacked us. Just then Hawk's phone vibrated. He picked up the phone and frowned as he listened to the noise in the receiver. The forensic doctor said that the pupil of the handcuffed hacker dilated 4 times faster than the normal metabolism of the neurotoxin. He looked at the tall and thin man who was still twitching. At this moment, the man's fingertips had begun to turn purple. They were afraid that he would confess, so they gave him an accelerator. Erin suddenly grabbed Amy's wrist.
Did you go to the clinic on Pine Street last Wednesday? She stared at the eagle-shaped pendant on the man's collarbone. My cousin is a nurse there. She said a woman wearing the same jewelry came to buy stomach medicine. She said she had nightmares recently and dreamed of the sound of a refrigerated truck.
Amy's tears suddenly flowed down. I saw them. Her voice was hoarse. In the early hours of last Thursday, I was squatting downstairs of the company waiting for my fiancé, who was working overtime, and I saw 3 refrigerated trucks driving out. The engine sound of the front one, she covered her ears. It was like my grandfather's old Ford, and it made a short click sound when the metal contracted, exactly the same as the truck that transported corpses in the news. The sound of Alan typing on the keyboard stopped abruptly. The red warning bar of the defense system disappeared, replaced by a string of green data streams. But his face was paler than before. There's a new signal. He pulled up the spectrum chart, and a very thin golden line appeared in the originally chaotic ripples. It's completely different from the previous attack mode, it seems. Position tracking. Rebecca's voice was as cold as an icicle. She grabbed Amy's work ID, turned it over, and used her fingernail to scrape off a thin film. A chip smaller than a grain of rice was embedded inside. They installed a beacon on you. The signal has been increasing since you entered the corridor. Hawk yanked open the curtains. The black SUV across the street was still parked, but one of its headlights suddenly lit up, blinding people. The tinnitus in Irene's ears began to roar again, and this time she heard it clearly. It was the sound of the engine starting, with a short click sound of metal contracting, exactly the same as the refrigerated truck Amy described. The tall and thin man's twitching suddenly stopped. His mouth was wide open, and his tongue was a strange purple color. Under everyone's gaze, the nail of his right little finger moved slightly. There was half a band-aid softened by saliva stuck there, and a piece of paper was pressed underneath, with the words "Red Tail" faintly visible. Alan's screen suddenly went black. When it lit up again, the green data stream was replaced by a line of blood-red words. You have 7 minutes. Amid the hum of the air conditioner, Amy's eagle pendant suddenly made a slight sound. Rebecca grabbed the metal pliers on the table. Just as the tips of the pliers touched the pendant, she heard the screaming of tires rubbing against the ground downstairs. 3 SUVs, started at the same time, and the headlights cast huge shadows on the glass, like some kind of monster that was preying on people. Hawk slammed the Glock on the table. Erin, take Amy to the inner room. Alan, back up the hard drive data. Rebecca, he pulled off the intercom from his waist, and the channel was full of noise. Turn the jammer to maximum. Irene dragged Amy inside. When she passed the tall and thin man, she saw that the band-aid on his little finger had fallen off, and the words on the note were complete. Red Tail Project. Drilling coordinates. Click. This time she heard it clearly. It was the sound of a refrigerated truck engine so close that it seemed as if it was parked downstairs. When the countdown reached 11:23:07, the studio's overhead lights suddenly went out. In the darkness, Rebecca's jammer made crackling sounds of electricity. Alan's keyboard glowed in the darkness, and Amy's eagle-shaped pendant emitted a brighter and brighter red light as her heartbeat increased. Every second in the darkness is like a stretched steel wire, cutting the eardrums painfully. As Irene dragged Amy into the inner room, her heels made rapid clicks on the floor. The moment her lower back touched the wall, she heard the throbbing sound of her temple, exactly the same rhythm as when she was a child, hiding in the closet and listening to the pickup trucks roaring past the dirt road in the reservation outside the window. That was the last time she saw her mother. 7 minutes. Hawk's voice mixed with the electrical noise from the walkie-talkie hit his ears. He squatted by the window, with the barrel of the Glock pistol pressed against the gap in the curtains. He could see the headlights of 3 SUVs downstairs, like 3 pairs of scarlet eyes, casting distorted shadows on the glass. Rebecca's jammer crackled on the table, blue arcs rising and falling, making her tense jawline glow coldly. Alan's keyboard suddenly stopped, and the faint blue light reflected the sweat on his forehead. The data is backed up to 78%. But, he paused. The printer is connected to the network. Printer. Irene's tinnitus suddenly intensified, and amid the sharp buzzing, she caught a glimpse of a strange metallic friction sound. Not the sound of the jammer's current, nor the tapping of a keyboard, but the slight sound of some precision gears meshing. She moved towards the sound, and when her fingers touched the outer casing of the old HP printer, the warmth of her palms caused condensation on the surface of the printer to seep into her fingers. This printer should have been thrown away last week. Alan's voice floated from behind. The day we installed the new equipment, Jack said he would help fix it. Jack Turner, the hacker hired by the criminal gang. Irene dug her nails into her palms. She felt for the universal serial bus USB port on the side of the printer, where a hair-thin wire was plugged in, glowing a faint green in the darkness. A malicious program, she said to the air, her voice calmer than she thought. It is synchronizing our investigation data. Hawk banged the butt of his gun against the window frame. 6.5 minutes. Irene pulled the thread and the printer immediately began to hum in its death throes. She grabbed Alan's laptop, and the blue light from the screen made the corners of her eyes turn red. Try using the truck company's encryption protocol. She tapped quickly on the keyboard. Last week on the transportation company's server, they used a nested XOR algorithm. Alan's fingers suddenly came over, and their fingertips overlapped on the touchpad, like dancing on a tightrope. "Yes, that's it," he shouted in a low voice, and the garbled characters on the screen suddenly began to reorganize, and the red countdown numbers were replaced by a string of Internet Protocol IP addresses.
Location. Rebecca's jammer suddenly emitted a long beep. She took off her headphones. The signal source is in the northwest corner of the parking lot, within a radius of 50 meters.
Hawk had already stood up, and the sound of the holster hitting his waist was like a thunder. "Erin, Amy, come with me. Rebecca, keep the data. Alan, keep an eye on the surveillance." The moment he pushed open the door, a draft brought in the heat of the desert, and the engine sound of the sport utility vehicle. SUV downstairs suddenly rose. Irene touched Amy's hands, which were as cold as ice. The eagle-shaped pendant was attached to her wrist. The red light shone through her skin, casting a small blood spot where their hands were held. Half of the lights in the parking lot were broken, and the few remaining ones were swaying in the wind, tearing the shadows into pieces. Hawk's flashlight beam swept across the cars one after another, and finally stopped at a black Mercedes in the corner. The windows were covered with black film, and the license plate was covered with mud. Irene's ears rang again. This time it was not the printer, but some familiar metallic vibration. She closed her eyes, the sound of the engine contracting as it cooled, amplified in her ears. It's a Cummins ISB engine, the same model as the refrigerated truck that transported the bodies. Hawk put the muzzle of his gun against the door handle. Stand back. But the door was open. There was no one in the driver's seat, but there was a half-empty pack of cigarettes on the passenger seat, with sparks still flickering. Irene bent down to pick it up. The side of the cigarette box was printed with the Red Tail Energy logo, exactly the same as the oil drum logo they found at the drilling site. Amy suddenly pulled her sleeve and pointed her finger at the trunk. The lock is moving. The lock on the trunk was turning slowly, as if something was pushing inside. Hawk's flashlight swept over, and a distorted human face was reflected on the metal surface. It was a photo, taped to the inner wall of the car, with transparent tape. The woman in the photo had long braids, and wore the same eagle-shaped pendant as Amy around her neck. "Mom," Amy's voice broke into pieces. The pendant suddenly became incredibly hot. She loosened her hand, and the silver ornament fell to the ground with a clang. The red light did not go out, but instead drilled into the ground through the cracks in the ground. "Go upstairs." Hawk suddenly grabbed the two men's arms and ran back. The shrill sound of sirens could be heard in the distance, but what was clearer was the roar of the refrigerated truck's engine. This time it was not an illusion. There really was a car breaking through the iron fence of the parking lot. The headlights shone the words, "Red Tail Transport" on the side of the car body, and the condensed ice on the car body flashed coldly under the light. When the door of the studio was slammed open, Alan's shout echoed throughout the entire floor. The surveillance camera captured it. The black Mercedes went to the old industrial area, where there is an abandoned drilling platform of Red Tail Energy. Irene leaned over the window and looked down. The shadow of the refrigerated truck had covered half of the parking lot. The door of the rear compartment slowly lifted up, and cold wind carrying the fishy smell of rotten meat rushed up. She turned to look at Hawk. In the shadows on his face, his eyes were surprisingly bright, just like a wolf in the desert, showing its fangs in desperation. "Old industrial zone." Hawk pulled down the intercom from his waist. This time the noise disappeared, and Rebecca's whisper came through the clear sound of electricity. 7 minutes are up. The engine sound of the refrigerated truck downstairs suddenly rose, and on the surveillance screen the red dot of the black Mercedes-Benz was slowly moving into a shadow-marked restricted area. On the map of the old industrial area, the fluorescent lights in the studio cast cold white spots on Alan's glasses, and as his fingers flew across the keyboard, Rebecca was using tweezers to pick up the documents Amy had brought. A stack of yellowed shipping records with suspicious brown stains on the edges. Suddenly there was the roar of an engine downstairs. The wind from Irene's push open the glass door made the papers on the table rustle. Hawk followed behind her, with the buckle of his tactical vest still unfastened. "Amy, come with us." Irene tapped her knuckles on the surveillance screen. The red dot had already drilled into the shadow of the old industrial area. "Alan, Rebecca, keep an eye on the Red Tail Energy stamp in the transportation records. My grandmother's last job before she disappeared was to deliver supplies to Red Tail's drilling platform." There was gravel in her voice, like some thorn that had been suppressed for 20 years and was finally about to break through the skin. When Hawk tossed the car keys to Irene, the sound of metal colliding made her eardrums hurt violently, a sign that her ability was about to be activated. His palm swept across the Glock at his waist, and his fingertips rubbed the shallow mark on the gun handle. which was left by a stray bullet when he misjudged the drug dealer's hiding place 3 years ago. Lock the passenger seat, Amy. Sit in the back. He didn't look at Irene when he said this. His eyes fell on Amy's white knuckles in the rearview mirror. The girl was holding a mobile phone. The screen was lit, showing the emergency dial interface. The wind from the old industrial area blew into the car windows, carrying the smell of rust. Irene slowed the car down to 30 miles per hour, and the headlights swept across the faded road sign. Red Tail Energy Drilling Platform 17. No entry for unauthorized personnel. The poplar trees on both sides of the road had long since died, and their dead branches were like countless hands grabbing at the roof of the car. Hawk rolled down the window. The night wind brought in some sharp buzzing sounds. He frowned. Jammer. It's the wireless signal blocking. Irene's tinnitus suddenly intensified. She covered her right ear. The buzzing sound of metal contraction exploded in her skull. It was the high-frequency resonance unique to the engine of a refrigerated truck. Southeast, 200 meters. She pointed to a collapsed wall, behind which was a half-rusted oil tank. Side door. Amy sniffed in the back seat. I'd better wait in the car. Her voice trembled, but she shoved the phone into Irene's hand. Press this shortcut key if anything happens. Rebecca said she can locate her. Irene held her hand. The warmth of her palm reminded Amy of when she was 14 years old and her mother held her hand in a snowstorm to find her lost brother. Just as rough and hot. Hawk checked the Glock's magazine and stuffed the spare magazine into Aaron's tactical belt. As the two of them crouched close to the wall, his boot heel kicked a piece of metal. It was a miniature camera, the casing still covered in fresh mud. Jack Turner's craftsmanship, he whispered, running his fingertips over the laser marks on the bottom of the camera, a mark unique to the hacker community. This bastard is tipping off the boss behind the scenes. Irene's tinnitus suddenly turned into short, crisp sounds, like a steel needle hitting the eardrum. She grabbed Hawk's sleeve and nodded in the direction of the oil tank. There came a slight creaking sound from the metal bracket, mixed with a certain regular click, like gears meshing. There are people. Her voice was as soft as a breath. At least 3 of them. They were wearing hard-soled boots and had wrenches on their tool belts. The lock of the side door had been pried open, and the smell of mold and engine oil seeped out from the gap in the door. Hawk went in first, his back pressed against the wall, and Irene followed behind him, each step filling the gaps between his footprints. The abandoned drilling platform cast a behemoth-like shadow in the darkness. They moved forward along the oil pipeline, and suddenly there was a crackling sound of electricity from above. The emergency light on the ceiling came on, and under the dim light, more than 20 men in work clothes emerged from behind the pipeline, and in the shadow of the oil tank, with iron rods and wrenches in their hands shining coldly, the leading man spat out the grass stem in his mouth, revealing his half-missing front tooth. Red Tail Transport was embroidered on the chest of his work clothes, exactly the same as the words on the body of the refrigerated truck. You two are quite fast runners. His eyes swept across Hawk's police badge and fell on the Cree totem pendant around Irene's neck. Social workers are investigating cases, and police are trespassing. Well, today we have all the drama together. Hawk's finger was on the trigger, but paused the moment the safety was touched. The men were standing in a fan shape, blocking the retreat route tightly, and more importantly, he smelled gunpowder. Someone had set up a shotgun behind the pipe, and the cold metal of the barrel was blowing through the draft toward the back of his neck. Irene's tinnitus suddenly exploded, as if countless steel needles pierced her eardrums at the same time. She saw the leading man's mouth grin, revealing his cigarette-stained teeth, saw the man behind him raise the iron rod, saw Hawk's Adam's apple move, as if he was about to say something. But all the sounds were drowned out by the tinnitus, leaving only the hum of the contracting metal and the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. Throw away the gun. The man with missing front teeth tilted his head. Something flashed in the shadows. the reflection of the gun barrel. Otherwise you will end up like those Indian women. Hawk's index finger left a red mark on the trigger safety. He could hear the back of his teeth clacking, not in fear but in anger, when the man with missing front teeth said Indian woman. The totem pendant around Irene's neck was swaying with her breathing, glowing dark red under the dim fluorescent light, like a drop of solidified blood. Who do you think will have the same fate as them? Irene suddenly spoke, and amid the buzzing in her ears, she deliberately made the ending of her voice sharp and shrill. The man with missing front teeth was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that the person being threatened would provoke him first. Irene stared at the Zippo lighter half exposed in his work clothes pocket, her Adam's apple moving, a lackey of Red Tail Transport. Do you think you deserve to be mentioned by those names? The leading man's expression suddenly changed. A thug in a baseball cap rushed up behind him, cursing, and the iron rod jingled in his palm. You bitch, you're asking for a beating. This is what Erin was waiting for. She took a half step back, her back hitting the rusty pipe, and her fingertips felt a raised piece of metal fragment. At the moment when the thug's iron rod was about to fall on her shoulder, she dodged sideways and smashed the metal piece hard at the pipe above her head with her backhand. When the roar of metal colliding caused dust to fall from the ceiling. Irene's tinnitus reached its peak at this moment. Amid the stabbing pain like steel needles, she could clearly distinguish the frequency of the vibration of the pipe. It was somewhat similar to the encrypted electronic pulse waves when she cracked the malicious program in the studio 3 months ago. The thugs were startled by the sudden loud noise and staggered. Some of them subconsciously touched the walkie-talkie on their waist, but only heard the crackling sound of electricity. Irene bent down and grabbed the wire at her feet. It was hanging from an abandoned distribution box, and the rubber had cracked. She remembered what Alan Brown said, that high-frequency vibrating metal pipes would produce electromagnetic interference, and if the broken wires were wrapped around them, "Hawk!" she yelled, her fingers quickly wrapping the wire around the pipe joint. Electricity flowed along the rusty metal surface, and blue arcs crackled and jumped at their feet. The leading man's intercom suddenly made a shrill sound. The cell phones of several thugs went black at the same time, and even the red light of the surveillance camera in the corner began to flash wildly. "Fuck, the equipment is all fucked up," yelled the thug in the baseball cap. This was the opening Hawk was waiting for. His police gun had long been forced to the ground by the other party, but as an old patrolman who had been chasing smugglers in the desert for 10 years, his fists were faster than his gun. The man with the missing front teeth was about to pick up the shotgun that had fallen at his feet, but Hawk's knee had already pressed against his lower back, and he used the force to turn over and press the man to the greasy ground. Irene picked up the iron rod that fell on the ground and swung it at the thugs who tried to get close to Hawk. The dull sound of the metal rod hitting the opponent's arm mixed with screams, and she suddenly remembered what her grandfather said when he taught her to carve totems with deer bones. A real weapon is never something you hold in your hand. 5 minutes later, 7 or 8 thugs were lying on the ground, some covering their wrists, some holding their kicked knees. Hawk pulled off the belt of the man with missing front teeth and tied everyone together. He bent down and picked up his police badge. The metal surface was stained with blood, and it burned hot in his palm. "Let's go." He tugged at Irene's sleeve and glanced at the iron gate deep inside the factory. There was a faint smell of burning, like the smell of an overloaded electronic component. The tinnitus in Erin's ears faded, replaced by a familiar buzzing sound, like the high-pitched signal that came from the computer speakers when Rebecca Adams demonstrated Jack Turner's hacking program at the police station last winter. She grabbed Hawk's arm and they both stopped in their tracks. The buzzing sound became clearer and clearer, seeping out from the darkness behind the iron gate like the humming of some dormant beast. Irene remembered what Rebecca had said, that Jack's attack program would first release a tentative pulse, like a hunter knocking on the door of a trap. "Someone's here," She just started to speak when Hawk took out a tactical flashlight and shone it towards the iron gate. Where the beam of light passed, Irene saw fresh tape wrapped around the door handle, and a faint blue light shone through the crack in the door. Not natural light, but the cold light of an electronic screen. The beeping sound suddenly became louder, like the prelude to some kind of countdown.
Hawk's fingers pressed against the doorknob and he turned to look at Erin.
The totem pendant around her neck glowed a strange purple in the blue light, like a drop of blood about to fall. "There's something in there," she said, her voice as soft as a sigh. The buzzing sound behind the iron gate and the program pulse of Jack Turner in the memory perfectly overlapped at this moment. The buzzing sound pierced the silence of the factory. Hawk's tactical flashlight beam cast a silver edge on the surface of the iron door, and Irene could hear the dull sound of her heartbeat hitting her ribs. The sound overlapped with the pulse frequency of Rebecca's demonstration of Jack's program in her memory, like two strings being plucked by the same force. "Back off," Hawk growled, his boots rolling over the broken glass on the ground. His thumb was clasped around the tape on the door handle. There was still some fresh glue on the edge of the tape. Obviously it had been put on within half an hour. Irene reached for the pepper spray at her waist. The warmth of the metal, came against her palm, reminded her of the handle of the hunting knife she had held when she was chasing poachers in the forest of the reservation at the age of 12. The moment the door opened, a burnt smell came with a cold breeze. Irene's tinnitus suddenly intensified, as if someone was stirring a steel needle in her ear canal. This was a sign that her ability was activated. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all sounds were filtered into ripples of different frequencies. The dripping sound of the rusty pipes was like low-frequency drum beats. The sound of wind from the distant vents was like a long whistle, and the clearest one was the unique sizzling sound when electronic components were overloaded, coming down from the stairwell at the end of the corridor on the left. Underground machine room. Hawk's flashlight swept across the base of the wall. There were fresh shoe prints on the cement floor. They were size 42, with rubber soles, and were the same brand as the tire prints found at the point where the refrigerated truck broke down last week. He took out the Glock from his waist, and the sound of the safety being released was particularly clear in the empty factory. "Follow me, and don't touch any equipment with lights on." They walked down the stairs, which groaned under the weight of each step. Irene's eyes swept across the corner of the wall, and suddenly stopped. A few yellowed pages were stepped into the dust, and the top one was printed with GPS coordinate deviation analysis, and the date was November 2018, the month when her cousin Mary disappeared. She squatted down, and just as her fingertips were about to touch the paper, Hawk's flashlight had already covered the line of words. "The signal tower power in the Aboriginal reservation has dropped abnormally. It is recommended. Put it away." Hawk's voice was filled with a suppressed tension, and Irene then realized that his knuckles were bluish-white on the gun handle. That was a sign of his PTSD attack, just like when he misjudged the drug dealer's hideout 3 years ago, and his partner was shot. His hands were shaking like this. She quickly stuffed the paper into the inner pocket of her coat, and her fingertips touched the totem pendant around her neck. It was a Cree wolf head carved from deer bones by her mother, and it was now hot against her skin. The iron door to the second underground floor was ajar, and a faint blue light poured out from the gap. Irene's tinnitus suddenly disappeared, replaced by a clearer buzzing sound. This time she heard the difference. The main frequency was a 4000 Hz interference wave, but there was also a layer of 200 Hz vibration underneath, like some kind of heartbeat. "It's a dual frequency pulse," she whispered. "Rebecca said that Jack's ultimate program requires dual frequency calibration before it can be activated." Hawk kicked the iron door open. In the cold light of the fluorescent screen, a man in a black hoodie was standing with his back to them, his fingers flying on the keyboard like butterflies. The 3 monitors in front of him were flashing green codes at the same time, and the one on the far right showed data clearing progress. Hearing the noise, the man turned his head sharply. his pale face like a faded photo in the blue light. It was Jack Turner, the hacker, who hacked into the Arizona State Police database 3 months ago and deleted all refrigerated truck registration information. "You're late." Jack gave a twisted laugh and pressed the last key. Irene's ears suddenly caught the subtle contraction sound of the metal casing. That was the sound made when the server was overheated, and the frequency was 0.5 hertz higher than normal. She grabbed Hawk's wrist and pointed to the UPS power supply in the corner. "The heat dissipation vent is blocked. His system is overloading." Hawk reacted instantly, picked up the fire extinguisher from the corner, and smashed it into the UPS vent. As the plastic baffle shattered, Irene pounced on Jack's keyboard. Her fingertips slid across the touchpad, and based on the vibration memory left over from the tinnitus, she quickly typed Alt F4. This was what Rebecca taught her. Jack's program would be extremely sensitive to shortcut keys when overloaded. The display code suddenly stalled. Jack's pupils contracted violently. He tried to unplug the power cord, but Hawk stepped on his wrist. "You think you can save your life by deleting the data?" Hawk put his gun to the back of Jack's neck. "The ghosts of those girls will not let you go." Jack's cold sweat dripped onto the keyboard, splashing tiny drops of water. He pointed shakily at the leftmost monitor, where the password box was flashing. "The password is Mary Cavus's birthday." Irene's breathing suddenly stopped. Mary was her cousin. She had just turned 18 when she disappeared, and her birthday was November 6th. Her hands were shaking as she input the numbers. The moment the screen lit up, strings of files popped up. Email exchanges between energy companies and government officials, an Excel spreadsheet labeled Missing People Replacement Labor, and a surveillance video. In the video, a refrigerated truck driver was dragging a hooded woman towards the drilling platform, and in the background was the sound of metal contraction that Irene was very familiar with, which was exactly the same as the sound of the refrigerated truck engine she heard at the crime scene. "This is..." Hawk's voice was hoarse, and he pointed to the timestamp in the lower right corner of the video, November 23rd, 2018, which was the day Mary last appeared in the convenience store on the reservation. Irene's tears fell on the keyboard, blurring the Northern Energy logo. She grabbed her phone and started taking pictures. Every time she pressed the shutter, it was like freeing her cousin's soul. But at this moment, the whole factory suddenly shook. Sirens ripped through the air, and red emergency lights began to spin. Hawk rushed to the door, only to find that the metal door did not move at all. The words "System Restart" were flashing on the panel of the electronic lock. Jack suddenly laughed out loud, blood foam overflowing from the corners of his mouth. "They have been waiting for you. The self-destruction program of the drilling platform needs a living person to trigger it." Irene's tinnitus came back again, more intense than ever. She heard a dull roar coming from deeper underground, like some sleeping giant beast waking up. Hawk pulled off his coat and wrapped it around her head. The light from his phone screen reflected his tense jawline. "Hold the evidence and follow me closely." But what they didn't know was that behind a concrete wall on the lowest floor of the factory, a row of red indicator lights were lighting up one after another. The illegal drilling that was covered up by energy companies as missing persons is now starting another more deadly process as the system restarts. The alarm sounded like a rusty hacksaw pulling back and forth in her brain cavity, and Irene's tinnitus almost tore her consciousness into pieces. Hawk pressed his palm on the back of her neck and pulled her to the northwest corner of the factory with the strength of his body temperature. There was a row of half-person high ventilation ducts. He remembered when they kicked open the warehouse door 3 hours ago. The metal casing of the pipe glowed cold gray in the light of the flashlight. "When I was chasing the drug dealers last month, I saw the structural diagram of this old factory." Hawk pulled out the tactical knife from his waist and pressed the tip of the knife against the screws on the edge of the vent.
The ventilation shaft is a fire escape that leads to the outside of the factory. His voice was torn into pieces by the alarm, but Irene still heard it.
The old patrolman who always said, "I have worked on the border for 20 years," had his Adam's apple rolling faster than hers. Jack's laughter suddenly broke through the roar. The technician who was dragged out from the drilling console by them was now slumped in the corner. The blood on his chest had soaked half of his work clothes. "It's useless. The self-destruct program will burn through 3 layers of concrete. Even if you crawl out," he suddenly coughed violently, and the blood oozing from between his fingers formed strange starlight on the ground. "You still have to watch those wells release the poisonous gas underground." "Shut up." Irene grabbed the wrench on the ground and smashed it over. The sound of metal collision and the alarm mixed together and exploded. As she turned, she saw that Hawk had removed 2 screws, and the rusted baffle was shaking. The underground rumbling sound was getting closer, like countless steel drills drilling into the Earth's crust. Her eardrums were about to burst, and she was suddenly transported back to when she was 12 years old. The night her cousin Rita disappeared, she was squatting in the wooden house on the reservation, and heard the same dull vibrations in the distance. Her mother's hands, clutching the family tree of 4 generations, were shaking. "They are digging again, those white people. Come here." Hawk's command brought her back to reality. A gap half a person's width had been smashed into the ventilation duct, and he was stuck inside. He pulled her with his backhand. "Keep your shoulders down when you climb. There are sharp corners where the pipe bends." Irene gritted her teeth and squeezed in. The smell of mold and rust instantly filled her nostrils. Behind her came the sharp sound of deformed metal. That was the sound of the factory door distorted under the self-destruction program. It was so dark in the pipe that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. The only way to determine the direction was by the sound of Hawk's footsteps. Irene's nails made a scratching sound on the metal wall, and every time she moved, the tinnitus in her ears felt like being hit by a hammer. She remembered that 3 days ago in the morgue, Maggie used tweezers to pick up metal fragments in the victim's ear. Fragments of the condenser tube of the refrigerated truck. When these girls were locked up, the engine sound was enough to shatter the eardrum. At this moment she finally understood why there were blood scabs in the ear canals of those corpses. It turned out that the most deadly thing was not the cold, but the never-ending noise that would shatter people's brains. "We're here." Hawk's hand suddenly supported her waist. A ray of light flashed before Irene's eyes, and then she was pulled out of the pipe and fell on the gravel ground. She looked up and saw black smoke coming out of the factory chimney. Several people who looked like security guards rushed out from the side door with riot guns in their hands. Hawk dragged her into the bushes nearby. At this moment, his cell phone vibrated. It was Amy's location. "I'm at the garbage station outside the east wall. The car has its hazard lights on." 20 minutes later, the 3 of them were crammed into Amy's old pickup truck. In the rearview mirror, the outline of the factory had shrunk into a red dot, but Irene was still shaking. She fished out the cell phone from her trouser pocket and saw the Northern Energy logo glowing coldly in the photo album. That was the drilling coordinate map she had secretly taken before the alarm sounded. Hawk unscrewed the flat bottle of wine he brought with him and took a big gulp. The smell of alcohol and gunpowder spread in the car. At the testing agency, Maggie said they have nearly 10 years of DNA sample records. If we can get it, it proves that those missing Aboriginal women were not entered into the system at all. Irene took over the conversation. She looked at the cacti flying by outside the window, her throat tightening. "My cousin's DNA sample was stored at the reservation hospital, but there was no such person in the database. That's how they covered it up. They deleted the data of the living as if they were dead, and then used the dead's identity to fill the hole in the drilling well." The white walls of the testing agency were so dazzling in the midday sun that it was hard to open your eyes. Paul Green stood behind the glass door, tapping the access control system with his fat fingers. "Officer Reyes, even if you have a search warrant, you cannot enter the laboratory without permission." The security guard behind him squeezed the rubber stick, and it made a clicking sound, and the small red dot of the surveillance camera swept across Irene's face. We need to check the missing persons detection records from 2018 to date. Hawk showed his police badge, but his tone was a little softer than usual. Irene knew that was the trembling when he suppressed his post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD attack. The DNA of 13 bodies does not match any report records. That's your police negligence. Paul pulled his tie. The testing agency is only responsible for the samples sent for testing. The glass door locked with a click, and his face became blurred in the reflection. I advise you two not to waste your energy on impossible things. They hid in a cafe across the street, staring at the back door of the testing agency. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a deliveryman in blue overalls came out pushing a locked sample box. His work badge was tilted on his chest, and his cell phone was pressed to his ear. Got it, honey. I'll pick up Jasmine tonight. The lock of the box was not fastened tightly, revealing half of the label paper. Irene squinted her eyes. It was the number MT 2023 0711, exactly the same format as the sample number given by Maggie for the missing cases in the night. He sends the samples to FedEx at this time every day. Amy flipped through her phone. She had previously hacked into the testing agency's logistics system. He left the box at the delivery point last Wednesday, and on Friday he made a mistake in the temperature setting of the freezer. She pushed her glasses. This deliveryman named Carl has been complained about 7 times in 3 months. Irene's fingers tapped a rapid rhythm on the table. She pulled off Hawk's denim jacket and put it on, then tied her hair into a casual ponytail. Her old t-shirt, which social workers often wear, was hidden under her clothes, making her look like an intern in a hurry to deliver documents. Watch my phone. She thrust the device toward Amy. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, call 911 and tell me there's a baby in the alley. Carl's electric bike was parked at the entrance of the alley. He was smiling at his phone and didn't notice anyone approaching. Sir, Irene panted and raised the folder in her hand. Manager John from the testing agency asked me to give you this expedited document. He said it contains Xiaomoli's vaccination form. Carl's pupils dilated instantly. He took the document in a hurry. There was indeed a child vaccination form in the plastic cover, and his daughter's name was on the bottom line. Thank you, thank you. He took out the key and opened the sample box. I'll just bite. A sudden chill ran down the back of Erin's neck. She caught a glimpse of the window on the second floor of the testing facility out of the corner of her eye. Paul Green was looking down through the glass with a telescope in his hand. Carl's phone rang at this time. He glanced at the caller ID and his face changed suddenly. It's the supervisor. Let's go. Hawk's voice came from the alley. He walked around to the electric car at some point and put his hand on Carl's shoulder. Your daughter's vaccination form is here with us. If you want to take it back. Carl's Adam's apple moved. The footsteps of security guards could be heard in the distance, and the crisp sound of metal rods hitting the ground was getting closer and closer. Erin grabbed the label on the sample box and took a picture, and Hawk was already dragging her to the end of the alley. When they turned the corner, she looked back at the testing agency. Paul's figure was still standing behind the second-floor window, like a wax figure melted by the sun, but his hand holding the phone was facing their direction. They've sent more people. Hawk took out the bottle and took a sip, with the liquor dripping down his chin onto the police badge. At midnight tonight, the monitoring system of the testing agency will be switched. He stuffed the bottle into Irene's hand and rubbed his fingertips over the label photo she had just taken on her phone. Maggie said that this number corresponds to an undisclosed special sample library. We have to do it before they delete the records. Erin's tinnitus started again. This time she heard not the sound of an engine, but a clearer sound, like the sound of a lock turning, or the crisp sound of paper tearing when a secret is torn open. She put her cell phone in her breast pocket, where she kept old photos of her cousin Rita. The wind lifted the hem of Hawk's coat, revealing the wrench she wore at her waist. It was removed from the factory vent and had rust on the edges. The neon lights of the testing agency lit up in the twilight, illuminating the four big words, Integrity Testing, blood red. As dusk crept into the glass curtain wall of the testing agency, the heels of Irene's Martin boots made crisp sounds on the marble floor. Hawk leaned against the entrance of the fire escape, turned the bottle in his palm for a while, and finally put it into her hand. As the burning sensation of alcohol climbed up her throat, she remembered that she had taken a sip of tequila in the same way when she protested at the Alberta oil sands mine 3 years ago, and then pushed open the door of the mine manager's office. Mr. Green. She placed the empty bottle on Paul Green's mahogany desk. The metallic collision startled the other party's pen tip and caused ink to spread on the document. The man in the three-piece suit was staring at the surveillance screen. In the camera in the corridor on the second floor, Hawk's shadow swayed under the emergency exit indicator light, like a ball of ash that could be blown away by the wind at any time. Miss Carvos, I thought we had made it clear. Paul pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes behind the lenses sweeping over the Cree totem pendant dangling around her neck. The testing agency has strict procedures for sample management. You don't have a search warrant, so I'm here to ask for permission. Irene pulled a chair and sat down. The whistling sound of the chair back scraping against the ground made Paul frown. Just like when you asked for permission from the Aboriginal Reserve Council 3 years ago. You brought flowers and a speech saying that you would use technology to protect border security. She took out her cell phone from her pocket, pulled up Rita's photo and pushed it over. The last time my cousin was photographed was at the convenience store outside your testing station. She was supposed to be in Edmonton that day to take a nursing exam, but surveillance showed her getting into a refrigerated truck with your agency's logo on it. Paul's Adam's apple moved. Irene noticed a faint white mark on the inside of his ring finger, the mark of wearing a wedding ring all year round. The same ring mark as the husband of the lab assistant who disappeared in the 1980s, according to the information Maggie gave her. The testing agency handles cross-border goods, not people. Paul's voice dropped 2 notches, his fingertips tapping unconsciously on the table. You should check the transportation company. I can recognize the engine model of a transport company's refrigerated truck from 3 kilometers away. Irene interrupted him, and the tinnitus suddenly became sharp, as if someone was scratching the eardrum with a fine needle. She thought of the tire tracks Hawk had pointed out to her in the desert that morning. But in your system, the inspection records for that batch of vehicles were marked as special samples. Maggie said the last time this number appeared was in. Paul's knuckles were shiny white. The monitoring screen suddenly flashed twice and switched to a blue test interface. System debugging before midnight. Irene stood up, the fringe of her denim jacket brushing the family portrait on the corner of his desk. A woman in a floral dress, holding a baby, with a maple forest in Quebec in the background. The baby hair sample preserved in a glass jar in Maggie's laboratory came from the same area. Your wife's pregnancy test was also done here, right? She softened her voice, as if comforting a mother who had lost her child at the reservation. If someone wanted to destroy the records from 1987, where do you think they would start? Paul's pupils shrank. There were footsteps in the corridor, and Laura White was standing at the door holding a stack of test reports. Her light blonde ponytail smelled of laboratory disinfectant. The technician, who always hid his ID card under his collar, was staring at the photo of Rita on Irene's phone, his eyelashes trembling violently. Just like when she spilled coffee in the pantry last Wednesday, she whispered, "The sample number is wrong," and was glared at by Paul, who passed by. "Miss Carvus," the security guard said, "you don't have an appointment." Laura's voice trembled and the report fell to the ground. Irene squatted down to help her pick it up, and her fingertips touched a piece of paper pressed at the bottom. The test date was May 17, 2023. The sample source was unsupervised corridor area 12, and the result column read, abnormal biodegradation, secondary testing recommended. but the signature of the reviewer was crossed out with a red pen. "Thank you." As Erin handed the report back, she pressed her fingers gently against the inside of Laura's wrist, the way protesters on the reservation signaled each other. Like a doe touching her cub's ear, Laura's fingertips trembled, and her eyes swept across the clock on the wall. "The ventilation ducts in the laboratory need to be inspected." She suddenly raised her voice. "The condenser tube of one box of the frozen samples we collected last Wednesday was leaking, so I temporarily stored it in the spare freezer on the B2 floor." Her work badge swung in front of her chest, with the number 073, which matched the last 3 digits of the label that Irene had taken a photo of. Hawk's shadow suddenly appeared at the door, his police badge flashing in the light. "The dogs at the testing agency are more dedicated than the security guards. I was almost bitten on the leg of my trousers by a German shepherd just now." He winked at Irene and his Adam's apple moved. This was the code they agreed on. The security guards changed shifts and a blind spot in the backdoor surveillance appeared. As Irene followed Laura into the emergency passage, the ringing in her ears suddenly became clearer. That was not the sound of the lock cylinder turning, but the hum of the freezer compressor starting up, mixed with the hiss of cold air flowing in the metal pipes. The lights on the B2 floor were dim, and the spare freezer was hidden behind a fire hydrant. When Laura's work card swiped through the electronic lock, she smelled a familiar smell. Preservatives mixed with rust, exactly the same like an ice storage and an oil field smell, as described in the letter Rita sent her before she disappeared. "Sample number 073-20517. Laura's voice was as light as a sigh. "I copied a copy of the test log and put it in a waterproof bag under the freezer partition." Her work card suddenly beeped, and the electronic screen displayed "Abnormal authority." Hurried footsteps came from the direction of Paul's office, mixed with the crackling sound of the security intercom. "The target is on the B2 floor. Block all exits." Erin grabbed the metal box on the top shelf of the freezer. There was a yellowed note on the inside of the lid. The handwriting was exactly the same as the sample record in Maggie's laboratory in 1987. Cree female, 22 years old, missing in unsupervised corridor. As she stuffed the box into her coat pocket, Hawk's hand came from behind her, with the warmth of a gun holster. "The back door security has gone to the side building. Follow me." As soon as they rushed to the first floor, the neon lights of the testing agency suddenly went out. It was midnight, and the darkness switched by the monitoring system lasted only 3 seconds. But it was enough for Irene to see Paul's face. He was standing behind the railing on the second floor. The cold light of his mobile phone screen reflected his distorted expression, and at his feet Laura's work card was lying on the ground, stained a suspicious red. "Run!" Hawk pulled her, and pushed open the fire door, and the evening breeze blew in the hot sand from the desert. From behind came the shouts of the security guards, and Paul's hoarse roar. "Don't let them leave with the samples." Irene's tinnitus drowned out everything, until Hawk pushed her into the pickup truck parked at the end of the alley. Amid the roar of the engine, she touched the metal box in the inner pocket. The box still had the coolness of the freezer, like a piece of melting ice. And beneath the ice, some dark truth was slowly cracking. Amid the sound of the pickup truck's tires rolling over gravel, Irene heard a clearer sound of metal contracting. This time it was not the engine, but the crisp sound of the refrigerated truck's lock being pried open. She held Rita's photo tightly, and the words on the back of the photo rubbed against her palm during the bumps. "If I disappear, check the special sample library of the testing agency." As Hawk's pickup truck rolled over the gravel in the studio's backyard, Erin's fingernails nearly dug into the metal rim of the sample box. The desert night wind brought hot sand and hit the car window. She stared at the neon lights of the inspection agency, gradually disappearing in the rearview mirror. The buzzing metal sound in her ears had not dissipated yet. The crisp sound of the lock was like a thin needle, pricking her temple. "Turn off the lights." Hawk suddenly lowered his voice. Only then did Irene realize that his knuckles were white, and he was gripping the steering wheel tightly. The moment the pickup truck slid into the shadows, two black SUVs whizzed past the road they had just passed. There were no markings on the bodies of the cars, and their windshields were as black as two sealed coffin lids. Are they chasing us? Irene's throat tightened. No. Hawk rolled down the window, and the unique dry smell of the desert filled in, mixed with the faint smell of tequila on his body. They are here for the sample box. He glanced at the metal box in her arms. What Paul shouted just now was not "don't let them go," but "don't let the sample leave." The back door of the studio was locked, but the wire of the vent on the side of the door was unscrewed half an inch, a secret mark set by Alan. When Hawk used a tactical knife to pick open the bolt, the light inside came on. Rebecca was leaning against the operating table holding her laptop, her hair still stained with condensation from the laboratory. "Where's the sample?" She went straight to the point, her eyes shining like poisoned diamonds. Irene placed the metal box on the laboratory table, covered with antibacterial cloth. The box still had the coolness of the testing agency's freezer, glowing bluish-white in the 38-degree desert night. Alan's rubber-gloved hand hovered over the lid of the box, and he looked up at Hawk. "Are you sure it hasn't been tampered with? I stuffed the box into the drain when Paul's men came after us." Hawk pulled the holster off his waist, but they knew what we had. The moment the lid of the box was opened, Rebecca gasped. 15 glass tubes labeled biological tissue samples lay in an ice tray. The labels on 3 of them were torn in half, revealing Aboriginal DNA. Duplicate samples written in red pen underneath. Irene's fingers stopped on the 3rd test tube. There was a line of very small words on the back of the label, in Rita's handwriting. 1987. Maggie's sample library. The testing agency's system shows that these samples were destroyed 3 days ago. Alan pulled up the comparison chart in his notebook, but the actual storage temperature is 80 degrees, which is completely inconsistent with the porous in 20 degrees. He pushed his glasses up, and the blue light from the screen flickered on the lenses. What's more interesting is, he clicked the mouse, and 2 chromatograms overlapped. This is the test data in the official report, and this is what I just measured. Irene took a closer look and saw that the originally smooth spectral curve looked like it was chopped by an axe in the mitochondrial haplotype area, leaving a glaring cliff. They tampered with the genetic tracing results. Rebecca's fingertips tapped on the keyboard, changing the C2A haplotype unique to the indigenous people to the H1 common in Europe. Her voice suddenly trembled. In this way, the disappearance of these women has nothing to do with the reservation. They can say that the deceased are illegal immigrants, or even unrelated personnel in failed experiments. The laboratory clock showed 2 o'clock in the morning. Hawk pulled out his cell phone and dialed Mark Thompson's number. The lawyer's voice was hoarse from being woken up, but when he heard about the testing agency's sample management loopholes, he suddenly sobered up. I checked their operating contract, and Article 17b states that the agency does not bear legal responsibility for sample damage due to force majeure. Mark's pen rustled on the paper. But if you can prove that they deliberately modified the storage conditions and falsified the test data, his voice dropped. This is not a loophole, but a black hole. Irene's phone vibrated at this moment. The moment the screen lit up, she and Hawk froze at the same time. The caller ID was Laura White, and the note was "Conscience of the testing agency."
Aaron?
Laura's voice was like crumpled paper, with suppressed sobs. They turned over my workstation. My work log and chat history were all taken away. In the background, there was a faint dragging sound, and a man whispered. The surveillance shows that she had contact with the 2 outsiders. "Where are you now?" Hawk snatched the phone, his voice as low as if a stone was pressing down on him. "The security passage of the sample library. They said they wanted to clean up the house." Laura's breathing suddenly became rapid. I heard Paul on the phone, and he said, "All the troubles must be solved before dawn." "Irene, they mentioned your name." Her words were interrupted by a muffled sound. followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. "Officer Hawk, they have guns." The call came to an abrupt end. The air in the laboratory suddenly froze. Rebecca's coffee cup fell to the ground with a clang, and the brown liquid spread on the antibacterial cloth like a rotting flower. Irene felt the cold sweat on the back of her neck. Rita's photo slipped out of her pocket. The words on the back were blurred by sweat and blurred into the words "Special Sample Library." Hawk yanked open the curtains. In the distance, 3 car lights cut through the darkness of the desert. Approaching the studio, he turned around and grabbed the holster. The crisp sound of the metal buckle colliding made Irene's tinnitus explode again. This time she heard it clearly. It was not the lock of the refrigerated truck, but the sound of a bullet being loaded. Hawk's finger hovered over the phone screen for 3 seconds before he finally pressed the redial button. The mechanical busy tone was like a thin needle, piercing Irene's eardrum again and again. She stared at Hawk's torched jawline, where a vein throbbed, a sign of his post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD before it set in, the way he'd crushed half a bottle of tequila at the last border checkpoint. "Laura is located in Area B of the sample library." Mark Thompson's voice came from the speakerphone. The lawyer's gold-rimmed glasses flickered coldly under the blue light of the computer. "But 3 hours ago, the security system of the testing agency suddenly updated its permissions, and I hacked into their backup server." His keyboard tapping suddenly stopped. "Wait, there is a cross-record here." Laura sent an encrypted email to Emily Johnson last Wednesday, and the attachment was a report on excessive mercury content in groundwater. Erin dug her nails into her palms. She had seen the name Emily Johnson 3 times in Laura's work log, each time circled in red and marked as a key witness. "The last time I spoke to Emily on the phone, her voice was trembling, and she said, 'They buried something near the drilling platform. We lost contact the next day.' Where is Emily now?" Hawk pulled off the holster from his waist. The sound of the metal buckle scraping against the tactical belt made Irene's tinnitus even sharper. She closed her eyes as the sound mixed with the roar of the refrigerated truck engine. Exactly the same sound as the refrigerated truck where the 13 bodies were found. Mark's breathing became heavy. "I just checked the external surveillance." At 1:17 a.m., a black van drove into the number 2 warehouse of the testing agency. The windows were covered with anti-peep film, but he enlarged the surveillance footage and saw a hooded figure being dragged out of the car. The silver anklet on the ankle flashed. Emily always wears her grandmother's silver anklet. "I've confirmed it." The desert night wind carried sand particles that hit the window glass. Irene grabbed the tactical flashlight on the table and smashed it on the back of Rita's photo. The paper with Special Sample Library was soaked with sweat and became soft. The sample library and warehouse number 2 are separated by 3 corridors, but the security systems are connected. She opened her coat to reveal the electromagnetic jammer on her waist. "Last year, when we protested against the oil pipeline, we used this thing to hack into the energy company's monitoring system." Hawk stuffed his pistol into his shoulder strap, then pulled out a shotgun from the trunk and tossed it to her. "The jammer can only last 10 minutes. He tore off his coffee-stained shirt, revealing the hideous bullet marks on his left chest. Those were the marks left by the bullet he blocked for his partner 3 years ago. "After we go in, you go find Emily, and I'll find Laura. If we get separated, stop talking nonsense." Irene interrupted him, and the green light of the jammer began to flash. "They have to clear the house before dawn." It's 2:17 in the morning now. The walls of the testing agency were shorter than expected. Hawk held Irene's waist with one hand, and when she stepped on his shoulder, she smelled the mixture of tequila and gunpowder on him. This was the 37th day of his sobriety. She remembered it clearly. The moment she climbed over the wall, the white light from the searchlight brushed against the ends of her hair, casting a long, thin shadow on the sand, like a noose. "There are 3 security guards in the southeast, with walkie-talkies." Hawk's voice came from the headset. He was hiding in the cactus bushes at the base of the wall, and the silencer on the barrel of his gun was flashing a cold light. The third camera on your left is a blind spot. There is a ventilation duct 2 meters to the right. Irene moved along the wall, and the rubber soles of her tactical boots made no sound on the concrete floor. The jammer felt hot in her palm, and the snowflakes on the monitoring screen indicated that the first wave of interference had worked. The iron grill of the ventilation duct was rusty. She pried it twice with her tactical knife. The sound of metal friction made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. But there was no alarm, only footsteps in the distance. The door of warehouse number 2 is locked with a combination lock. Mark's voice suddenly interrupted. Laura's log recorded that the backup password for the sample library is NDN11876, which may be universal. Beep. The moment the green light on the combination lock lit up, Irene's tinnitus suddenly intensified. The sound was neither that of a refrigerated truck, nor that of a bullet being loaded, but the crisp sound of metal chains rubbing against each other. She turned around suddenly and saw 3 security guards holding electric batons rushing towards her under the emergency lights at the end of the corridor. The leader had a piece missing from his right ear, exactly the same as the paw described by Laura. The alarm has been triggered. Hawk's low roar came from the headset. They have deployed heat sensors outside the sample library, and the jammers don't cover them. The moment Irene kicked open the warehouse door, she saw Emily tied to a chair, blood oozing from the tape on her mouth. The woman's eyes suddenly widened and stared behind her. Irene turned around quickly, and Paul's electric baton had already chopped down, and the electric current drew a blue-purple arc in the air. She bent down to avoid it, and used a tactical knife to cut the cable tie on Emily's hand, but she heard more frequent footsteps coming from all directions. Hawk. She dragged Emily deeper into the warehouse. Boxes of test reports were piled on the shelves. The words "special sample" on the cover hurt her eyes. Where's Laura? The door of the sample library is locked. Hawk's breathing was as heavy as a bellows. I heard gunshots inside. Irene, they have sealed all the exits. All the warehouse's ceiling lights suddenly went out. In the darkness, Irene felt Emily's cold hand and the photo of Rita in her pocket. The security guard's shouts could be heard in the distance, and the white light from the flashlights cast countless swaying shadows on the wall, like a group of monsters with bared fangs and claws. She fished out the jammer and pressed the second button. Amid the buzz of the backup power supply starting up, she heard Hawk's gunshots and her own pounding heartbeat. "Don't be afraid," she said to Emily in the dark, her voice calmer than expected. "We will take you home." Before he could finish his words, the front and back doors of the warehouse were knocked open at the same time. More than 20 flashlight beams intertwined into a large net. Surrounding the 3 people, Paul's figure appeared in the front. He licked the corner of his mouth and raised not a stun gun, but a black revolver. "Looks like I have to pay more," he said. "The boss wants you alive, but I don't mind crippling your legs first." The sound of Hawk's shotgun being loaded exploded in his headset. Irene took out a tactical flashlight and shone it into Paul's eyes. In the strong light, she saw the moment his pupils contracted. That was the look of a hunter locking onto his prey. Exactly the same look she had seen in the driver's seat of a refrigerated truck. "Run," she yelled to Emily, dashing towards the nearest shelf. The wooden shelves collapsed and the inspection reports scattered like snowflakes, blocking the security guard's view. Hawk's gunshots came from the left, and someone fell to the ground with a scream. Irene dragged Emily into the gap between the shelves and heard footsteps getting closer and closer behind her, as well as the roar of the refrigerated truck's engine starting up, which became clearer and clearer in her tinnitus. They have no way out. But Erin knew that some things were more important than being alive. For example, the unfinished words on the back of Rita's photo, Laura's last words. They mentioned your name, and those people who were buried under the drilling platform and will never see the truth. She fished out the lighter from her pocket and flicked on the switch. Blue flames danced in the darkness. reflecting the words mercury content exceeds the standard by 37 times on the scattered test reports. Paul's footsteps were getting closer. Irene smiled and threw the lighter at the nearest cardboard box. "Clean up the house," she whispered. The moment the flames rose, sirens tore through the desert night sky. The sirens sounded like a rusty hacksaw, sawing at Irene's eardrums. Her tinnitus had already been exacerbated by the roar of the previous explosion, and now a sharp buzzing sound penetrated all the noise, cutting the world into pieces. The friction of the security guard's leather boots, Hawk's heavy breathing, Emily's suppressed sobs, all became distorted under this harsh filter. The third shelf on the right. Hawk's voice suddenly exploded. Irene instinctively ducked, and a rubber baton hit the shelf, brushing against her head and making the metal brackets buzz. She swung the fire extinguisher in her arms with her backhand. The dull sound of the metal shell hitting the security guard's knee mixed with the other party's cry of pain, which was particularly clear amid the alarm. "Laura is in there!" Emily suddenly pulled her clothes. Only then did Irene notice that they had retreated to the innermost part of the warehouse. There was a green-painted iron door in the corner, with a dim light leaking through the gap. Hawk had kicked open the lock with his tactical boots. Inside the door was a small monitoring room. Laura was huddled in a swivel chair, her wrists tied with plastic ties and a swollen spot on her cheek. It was the ring mark of Paul, the security captain who had chased them just now.
"They're going to burn all the reports." Laura's voice trembled. Paul said, "He said it was to clean up the house, just like he did with my mother's case 20 years ago." She suddenly grabbed Irene's hand, her nails almost digging into her skin. "Emily overheard that the key evidence is in Peter's office.
He has the coordinates of the rig in his computer, and records of using missing people as test samples." Erin's breath hitched. The words on the back of Rita's photo appeared in front of her eyes. Drilling Area 3, which was the place name mentioned by her missing cousin in the last phone call. She looked at Hawk, who was using a Swiss Army knife to cut the zip tie off Laura's hand. When he looked up, his eyes were bloodshot like a spider web. "Where is Peter's office?" "The east side of the second floor." Emily wiped the dust off her face. "But make sure you're blocked at the stairs." Before she finished her words, hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor. At least 6 people. Irene closed her eyes. The metallic vibration in the tinnitus suddenly became clear. It was the sound of electricity from the walkie-talkie. She had worked with her grandfather at the reservation's auto repair shop, repairing trucks for 10 years. She could tell the model of the truck from the subtle sounds of the engine expanding and contracting. At this moment, this ability was amplified by the stress response, and she could even capture the frequency of the security intercom. Group 1 will guard the back door. Group 2 will seal the stairs, and Group 3 will search the warehouse. A hoarse male voice seeped out from a corner. "Paul said he wants to see me alive. Or dead. Dead is fine." There were only 2 people at the staircase. Erin's pupils contracted when she opened her eyes. They thought we would run to the exit, but Peter's office is on the second floor, in the opposite direction. She pointed to the ventilation duct on the ceiling. "Hawk, do you remember the time when the border station drilled through the duct to catch drug dealers?" Hawk twitched the corners of his mouth. That was before he became an alcoholic. He squatted down and pried up the iron mesh of the vent with his baton, and the rust fell on Laura's upturned face. "Ladies, it's time to perform the desert rat burrowing." The dust in the pipes was so thick that it was hard to open your eyes. Irene crawled in the front, and her elbow scraped against the metal protrusions on the pipe wall, causing a burning pain. She counted the vents until she heard a muffled voice from below. Paul said, "That woman has a devilish ear. Don't use the intercom. We're here." Hawk's voice came from behind.
Irene found the screws for the vent and pried them open with the hairpin she'd gotten from Laura. She pushed down, and the mesh slammed onto the desk, splashing the coffee in the mug, and leaving dark brown patterns on the name tag that read, "Peter Anderson, Senior Research Fellow." "The office is cleaner than expected."
The bookshelf is lined with environmental toxicology and cases of groundwater pollution in North America, and a faded photo is placed on the windowsill. Young Peter is holding a little girl, wearing traditional Aboriginal costumes, with the snow-capped peaks of the Rocky Mountains in the background. Irene's eyes paused. The girl's earrings were exactly the same as the silver eagle pendant her mother wore at Rita's funeral. Password. Hawk shook the computer. The screen was still on, and he needed to enter a password. Irene stared at the sticky note on the table. On the top was written, Mary's birthday, 1987-05-12, which was the name of the little girl in the photo. She typed quickly, and the moment she pressed the enter key, the folder opened like Pandora's box. 37 drilling area soil test report, missing person DNA matching record, energy company monthly disbursement details, and the last document was titled to Mary. If something happens to me, fuck. Hawk cursed. Irene's fingers trembled on the touchpad as she clicked on the DNA match record. The first name was Rita Cavos, and the test date was 3 days before she disappeared. There was a sudden sound of the doorknob turning. Peter Anderson stood at the door, the front of his white coat stained with laboratory reagents, and the coffee cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. His eyes moved from the vent to the computer screen, and finally landed on Irene's face. How did you get in? Let's prevent any more tragedies to Mary. Erin pointed to the photo. She's your daughter, isn't she? Mary Anderson, who disappeared 20 years ago, was of Cree descent and was 7 years old at the time. She pulled open her collar, revealing an eagle-shaped birthmark below her collarbone. My cousin Rita also has the same birthmark, which is consistent with the typical Aboriginal genetic markers written in Mary's test report. Peter's face turned pale instantly. He staggered to close the door, leaning his back against it and breathing rapidly. They said those people were volunteering to participate in medical research, and that they would allocate funds to build schools on the reservation. He suddenly rushed over and grabbed Irene's wrist. Have you seen the document to Mary? I found out last week that the mercury level was 37 times above the legal limit, and they just deleted my daughter's file from the missing persons system, and told me that if I just shut up, they would tell me she was still alive. The alarm stopped at some point, and a muffled sound of heavy objects collapsing was heard from the direction of the warehouse. Hawk suddenly raised a finger, and a flashlight flashed outside the window. It was the security patrol. They cut off the surveillance, but Paul's men have already reached the second floor. Hawk inserted the USB drive into the computer. How long will it take? 30 seconds. Peter rushed over to operate the keyboard. I encrypted the core data, and now I can export it directly with my permissions. His fingers flew on the keyboard, and when the progress bar in the lower right corner of the screen jumped to 90%, dense footsteps were heard in the corridor. Bang! The moment the door was kicked open, Irene saw Paul Green's face clearly. The head of the testing agency was dressed in a suit, but his tie was askew at his collarbone, and the gun in his hand was pointed at Peter's back. Dr. Anderson, you're much dumber than I thought. Paul's voice was like ice water. But it doesn't matter. You're all going to die here today anyway. Hawk's movements were faster than the gunfire. He picked up the paperweight on the table and smashed it at Paul's wrist. The bullet grazed Peter's ear and went into the wall. Irene dragged Peter towards the desk, and the computer fell to the ground in the chaos, and the progress bar stopped at Get out, Hawk yelled, picking up a chair and throwing it at the security guard who rushed in. I'll cover you. Irene's tinnitus suddenly reached its peak. She heard more footsteps downstairs. At least 20 people heard Paul say, seal all exits into the intercom. Heard the sharp whine of metal contracting. It was the engine of the refrigerator truck downstairs. Exactly the same sound she had heard hiding in the cornfield on the night Rita disappeared 20 years ago. Peter dragged her toward the window, the iron railings of the fire escape swaying under his feet. Erin glanced back and saw Hawk holding the door with his body. the security guard's rubber baton raining down on his back. She took out the lighter from her pocket. The flame flickered in the wind, reflecting the 99% progress bar on the computer screen. Bite. But Paul's voice was close at hand. Don't let them get away. Below the fire escape, more than 20 flashlight beams were crawling up the wall like countless poisonous snakes. The iron railings of the fire escape groaned deathly beneath Irene's feet. She could hear the crisp sound of Paul's leather heels hitting the concrete floor approaching, mixed with the security guard's heavy breathing, like a pack of hounds driven mad by the smell of blood. As Peter grabbed her wrist and ran towards the computer room, she caught a glimpse of Hawk still stuck in the corner, his back against the wall, his right hand covering the bleeding wound under his ribs, his left hand holding the rubber stick he had snatched from the security guard, and every time he swung it, he let out a series of muffled groans. The computer room is at the end of the second floor. Peter's voice was tearful. The moment he pushed open the door, the cold buzzing sound of electronic equipment filled his ears. Irene's tinnitus suddenly exploded, and the shrill sound of metal contraction mixed with the thunder of a rainy night. 20 years ago. She was 12 years old at that time, hiding in a pile of stalks in the cornfield, watching a refrigerated truck rolling over the mud road, and the cold mist wafting out of the gaps in the rear compartment was wrapped in a certain fishy smell, overlapping with the burnt smell that filled the engine room at this moment. The backup exit is behind the server rack. Peter pulled his tie and pointed his finger at the innermost steel cabinet. But it requires a password. Paul set it up, and he said it was the ultimate lock against hackers. Hawk stumbled in, his police uniform on the back soaked with blood. He shook the sweat off his face and stared at the surveillance screen, flickering on the wall. 7 or 8 security guards were rushing up from the stairwell. The one leading them was holding an electric baton, and the blue light flickered in the corridor. Password, he gritted his teeth. What did Emily say before? Irene suddenly remembered that 3 days ago in the cafe, Emily turned the hot cocoa cup and made a clanging sound. Paul, that old guy, the female informant, sneered at the time. He always said that numbers have no temperature, but he insisted on writing important passwords in a small leather book with his initials embossed on the cover. Just tuck it into the inner pocket, next to the insulin pen. She dug her nails into her palms. Bring him over here, she told Hawk. I'll excite him. When the door of the computer room was pushed open, Paul's face turned purple like an eggplant. He was panting, 2 buttons on the front of his suit were crooked, and his left hand was still holding the intercom. Block them all. Run away one. If one of you runs away, you should go and keep Rita company, right? Irene's voice was like a knife cut through ice. The Aboriginal girl who cleaned your lab and your refrigerated truck was in North Dakota the night she disappeared. Paul's pupils suddenly contracted. He stumbled a step, and the intercom fell to the ground with a thud. How? How do you know? Because Maggie's sample library has her hair. Aaron approached, deliberately crushing the coffee cup at her feet. The paint in her nails is the same lot of DuPont paint you used to renovate your office in night. Paul's hand went to his chest pocket. Aaron saw his Adam's apple roll, and heard Hawk's breathing change slightly behind him. That was the instinct of the Border Patrol when locking on a target. The next second, Paul's roar mixed with Hawk's low shout. Lower your head. Irene squatted down quickly, and saw Hawk's arm pop out like a spring, and his index and middle fingers accurately grasped the leather notebook in Paul's inner pocket. The security guard's electric baton brushed against her head and hit the wall, sending out a string of sparks. Peter screamed and rushed to the server rack, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Eureka! The alternate exit code is PG1. Go! Hawk stuffed the notebook into Irene's hand, picked up the fire extinguisher next to him and threw it at the security guard who rushed in. Erin dragged Peter behind her as she ran toward the back of the cabinet. As the metal door opened before her eyes, she heard Paul's roar through the chaos. Kill them. Don't leave any behind. The aisle behind the server racks was narrower than expected. Irene's shoulder brushed against the wall, rubbing off a piece of paint. The footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer, and the security guard's flashlight cast a distorted shadow on the wall. 10 more meters, Peter shouted, his voice trembling. Squat down. Irene suddenly grabbed the back of his collar. She stared at the distribution box in the corner and recalled the circuit diagram she had just seen in the computer room. The main power supply line and the communication line intersected here. The lighter lit up with a click, and she gritted her teeth to break the 2 copper wires, letting the flame lick the insulation. Sizzle. A sharp sound of electricity exploded. All the security guards' intercoms made a crackling noise at the same time, and the blue light of the stun gun suddenly went out. Hawk took the opportunity to push aside the last security guard and rushed into the passage. Go. The moment the metal door closed behind them, Irene heard the dull thud of Paul's fist hitting the door. The security light at the end of the corridor was flashing. The moment I pushed open the door, the humid night wind filled with the smell of diesel. Car. Peter pointed to the parking lot. 3 black SUVs were parked in the shadows where the streetlights could not reach, and their windows were all painted black. When the car door opened, Irene saw the cold and hard outline behind the reflective sunglasses and the faint blue reflection of the gun barrel in the moonlight. That was not the security guard's rubber baton, but a real Glock. Hawk put his hand on her lower back and pushed her against the wall. People from the oil company. His voice was as low as gravel. They've been waiting for a long time. The nearest man in black has his gun raised. Irene's tinnitus reached its peak again. Amid the shrill sound of metal contraction, she heard the engine sound of the refrigerated truck from 20 years ago, overlapping with the roar of the off-road vehicle at this moment. Hawk's fingers gripped her wrist, and he led her to run in the opposite direction. But at the other end of the parking lot, the headlights of 2 more cars came on, and the white light was like 2 sharp blades cutting through the night. As the smell of diesel mixed with rust rushed into Irene's nose, her tinnitus was like a high-voltage electric drill, drilling at her temples. She stared at the tips of the black boots, sticking out from under the doors of the 3 SUVs, and heard a very soft curse rolling out of Hawk's throat. It was the trembling low moan that he would utter when he encountered drug dealers in the border desert. 7 people. Hawk's thumb rubbed the inside of her wrist. This was the code they agreed on 3 days ago at the abandoned gas station. 3 short and 1 long rubs represented the number of people in danger. Irene's eyes swept across the row of trucks covered with dust sheets in the corner of the parking lot. The sharp scream of metal contraction suddenly pierced her ears. It was the silver-gray Ford. The click sound of the fuel tank cap expanding due to the high temperature was half a scale higher than that of the other cars. She remembered that when she passed by the backyard of the testing agency this morning, the driver of the car had opened the fuel cap to check, and the fuel gauge pointer was stuck in the full position at that time. Follow me closely. She held Hawk's little finger with her backhand, which was a secret signal for having a plan. Hawk's pupils contracted slightly, and then he used his body to block the view of others, and followed her to the side, taking 2 steps towards the truck. Laura's breathing quickened behind her. Emily's fingers twisted Peter's sleeves, and Peter was still staring at his trembling right hand. His knuckles were scraped when he banged the door just now, and blood was dripping from his fingers onto the concrete floor, like a string of dark red ellipses. The man in black in the front row had already removed his silencer, and the barrel of his gun glowed coldly in the moonlight. Erin counted the twitches of his trigger finger once every 3 seconds. A classic catatonic spasm. She bent over and pretended to tie her shoe, digging her nails into Hawk's ankles. This was preparation. Hawk placed his palm on the truck's fuel tank cap and twisted it hard. The moment the metal cap fell off, a thick smell of gasoline exploded. "Get down," Irene shouted as she pulled Laura down. Hawk's hand had already covered the fuel tank valve. Gasoline flowed out through the cracks in the truck's chassis. forming a shiny black pool on the ground, and gradually overflowing over the edge of Emily's sneakers. The men in black obviously did not expect this group of people to suddenly squat down. The two men in the front row subconsciously raised the muzzles of their guns, and the man in the back row began to curse in Spanish in a low voice. Irene took out the lighter from her pocket. This was the one Hawk bought at the convenience store this morning. The plastic shell with Tucson cactus printed on it was now hot from being held in her hand. She thumbed the dial, and as sparks flew, Hawk let go of the valve. A half-man-high wall of fire suddenly rose from the gasoline pool, and the heat wave wrapped in black smoke rushed towards the man in black. Someone screamed and knocked over a trash can. Someone's sunglasses were melted and stuck to his face, and another's gun fell to the ground and rolled to Irene's feet in the firelight. "Run!" Hawk picked up the Glock and grabbed Peter's arm. Peter's face flickered in the firelight, and as he staggered forward with his first step, his ankle made a crisp crack sound. Irene knew what had happened without looking back, just as she could hear the sound of broken ankles, mixed in with her mother's cries for help, when the refrigerated truck rolled over the gravel road 20 years ago. "I'm fine." Peter gritted his teeth, but the sweat on his forehead had already dripped into his collar. Emily held his other side, and Laura held up a high-intensity flashlight from the security room and shone it towards the exit. The iron gate of the parking lot was 50 meters away, and was blocked by two off-road vehicles that suddenly turned around. The white headlights were dazzling. Irene's tinnitus began to roar again. The sound of metal contraction was superimposed with the engine of the refrigerated truck in her memory. That was how the car blocked the path in the reservation that year. The tip of her mother's deerskin boots brushed against her palm for the last time. Left. Hawk's gun fired, and the bullet flew past the rearview mirror of the nearest SUV. The men in black began to fight back. Bullets hit the body of the truck. Sparks flew. Laura's flashlight fell to the ground with a pop, and the light spot flickered on the wall into garbled characters. Peter's steps became slower and slower. Emily's breathing turned into intermittent sobs, and Irene could hear her own heartbeat hitting her ribs, like knocking against a rusty iron barrel. When they ran past the third row of cars, Hawk suddenly pushed Irene behind a red pickup truck. "Take them first." The back of his shirt was soaked with sweat, revealing the old scar on his waist. It was the one he got when he was cut by a drug dealer 3 years ago to save his partner. Irene wanted to retort, but Peter's knees had already hit the ground. Emily was tying his ankles with a scarf, and Laura was rummaging through her backpack for painkillers. The three of them were huddled on the ground. "I'll count to 3. Hawk stuffed the Glock into Irene's hands and turned to pick up the fire extinguisher on the ground. His back was stretched out in the firelight like an old cactus stem that could break at any time. Irene gripped the gun handle, the coolness of the metal crawling through her palm and into her blood vessels. This was the first time she touched a real gun, just like the first time she touched her mother's silver brooch 20 years ago, when the brooch was still stained with blood. 1. Hawk's voice was drowned out by the roar of the off-road vehicle. 2. The men in black began to encircle him, and the one on the far left had already touched the flashlight at Peter's feet. 3. The moment Irene pulled the trigger, Peter suddenly grabbed her wrist. His fingers were cold as ice, yet they held something hot. The truck's tank is still leaking. There were louder explosions from across the parking lot. Irene didn't know whether it was Hawk's fire extinguisher that exploded or the leaking truck that finally burned through the oil pipe. She only saw the black-clad figures staggering in the firelight, saw Emily dragging Peter towards the iron gate, and saw Laura raising a found wrench and hitting the nearest killer's knee. Hawk's figure had disappeared in the thick smoke, leaving only his police badge flashing for the last time in the light of the fire. Peter's ankle was bleeding, and Emily's scarf was soaked with dark red. The iron gate was only 10 meters away, but the footsteps behind me were getting closer and closer. Irene counted her own heartbeats. 1, 2, and on the third beat, she heard the sound she least wanted to hear. The unique muffled sound of the muffler. mixed with the sharp whistling of metal contraction, very much like the roar when the refrigerated truck started 20 years ago. The hair on the back of Erin's neck suddenly stood up as her combat boots rolled over the broken glass. The moment she turned around, a shadow rushed out from behind the abandoned gas pump on the right, and the tip of the knife passed by Emily's ear. Sparks flew on the brick wall. "Lower your head." She grabbed Emily's collar and threw her to the side. Peter's crutch hit the killer's wrist heavily. It was a piece of metal pipe wrapped in tape, and blood was dripping down his trouser legs into dark red commas. "Warehouse," Hawk's voice came from the front. I don't know when he emerged from the thick smoke. There was a charred hole on the right shoulder of his police uniform. In his hand was a shotgun that he had taken from the killer, and he was using the butt of the gun to smash open the rusty warehouse door. The door hinges screamed like they were dying, and the smell of mold and decay mixed with the smell of dampness hit me in the face. Laura's flashlight beam swept over, illuminating the stacked wooden boxes, the rusted generators, and the distribution board covered with cobwebs in the corner of the wall. "Come in." Hawk tucked the shotgun under his armpit and pulled Peter over with his backhand. Emily stumbled through the door, and the blood on her scarf dripped onto the concrete floor like a bunch of crushed berries. Irene was the last one to rush in. The moment she kicked the iron door shut, she heard a dull sound of a hard object hitting metal from outside. It was the sound of the muffler hitting the door panel. "They have thermal imaging cameras." Peter covered his ankles, cold sweat dripping down his chin into his collar. "Just now in the parking lot, I saw the logo on their equipment boxes. It was a custom-made Blackwater model." Hawk tore off the corner of his clothes to bandage Peter. His movements were as rough as tying a sandbag. "That thing needs a power source." He looked up at Irene. The blood shot in his eyes like a cracked spider web. "Do you remember the trick you used in the abandoned factory in Red River Valley?" Irene's tinnitus suddenly became sharp. 3 months ago, they sneaked into a privately drilled gas well of an energy company in order to track down a missing Aboriginal girl. When they were surrounded by security guards, she used an old generator and winding board to create electromagnetic interference, turning all the other parties' surveillance screens black. At this moment, she was looking at the dusty diesel generator in the corner. The words General Electric 1987 on the metal casing glowed coldly under the flashlight, the same model as the one in Red River Valley. "Laura, find some insulating tape." She squatted down and scratched the generator access hole with her fingernails. "Emily, remove the copper wires from the switchboard. Hawk, you guard the door. If they use C4 to blow up the lock, call me." Laura, who always carries an emergency kit in her backpack, knelt on the ground and spread out the tape, Swiss Army knife, and several rolls of thin copper wire. Peter suddenly reached out and pressed the back of Irene's hand. His fingertips were still stained with his own blood, leaving dark red marks on the copper wire. The capacitors must be connected in parallel, otherwise the voltage will not be enough. This researcher, who was always fiddling with testing instruments in the laboratory, now had a strange light in his eyes, like a precision instrument that had been restarted. There were footsteps outside, at least 6 people, and the sound of leather boots stepping on gravel came from far away. Irene's fingers moved quickly inside the generator. When she found the location of the voltage stabilizer, the tinnitus in her ears suddenly became louder. It was the whistling of metal contraction, exactly the same as that snowy night 20 years ago. She looked up suddenly and saw Hawk looking out through the crack in the door, the police badge swaying on his chest like a fading star. "They're setting up ladders," Hawk said, his voice like sandpaper on iron. 2 by the left window, 3 by the back door, and 1. He paused, the click of the shotgun safety coming off distinctly, with a thermal imager, heading this way. "Okay," Peter's voice broke. Irene pressed the start button of the generator. The old engine made a coughing roar. The coils of copper wire began to heat up, and a burnt smell filled the air. Laura and Emily disappeared into the shadows without her knowing. When Irene turned around, She only saw a half-broken wrench and the bloody scarf that Emily had taken off behind the barrier made of wooden boxes. That was the trap mark they had agreed on. When the first gunshot was heard, the electromagnetic interference had already taken effect. The intercom outside suddenly made a crackling noise, and the screen of the thermal imager burst into snowflakes. The moment Irene saw the black shadow hit the door panel, Laura's wrench flew out from behind the wooden box and hit the opponent's wrist accurately. Emily pulled the pre-tied hemp rope and the half-person high wooden box collapsed with a loud bang, crushing the killer to fall into the pile of broken glass with a groan. Hawk's shotgun roared at this moment, and shrapnel brushed the tip of the other killer's ear and shot into the wall, scaring the other killer so much that he rolled and crawled back into the darkness. Retreat. Laura poked her head out from behind the barrier, her face covered with sawdust. No. Peter stared at his phone. The signal was full, but now it was just a string of garbled characters. They are reassembling. The thermal imager is broken, but the night vision is still working. The air in the warehouse suddenly condensed. Irene reached for the pistol at her waist and found only 3 bullets left. Hawk checked the shotgun magazine, the metallic clang sounding particularly harsh in the silence. Just then there was a slight noise from the roof, like someone was crawling on the tiles. Laura raised the beam of her flashlight sharply, illuminating the dust falling from the rafters and the asbestos tiles in a corner groaning under the weight. Hawk put his hand on Irene's shoulder. His palm was hot, with the residual heat of the gunfire. Is it a drone? No. Peter's voice was trembling. A drone can't be that heavy. He pointed to a certain part of the roof where a shadow was moving, like a black mist blown by the wind. It's a person. The ringing in Irene's ears was suddenly mixed with the sound of metal friction. The sound became clearer and clearer, like the scream when the cargo door of a refrigerated truck was opened. She looked up at the ceiling and saw a piece of asbestos tile slowly rising up, revealing the night sky outside, and under the night sky several pairs of hands wearing tactical gloves. The air in the warehouse condensed into ice, and Irene's back teeth felt sore from biting them. The sound of metallic friction was getting closer and closer in the tinnitus, as if someone was cutting her temple with the tip of a knife. She looked at the edge of the raised asbestos tile, the knuckles of her tactical gloves glowing coldly, and suddenly, the sound of sirens pierced the night sky. The sound was like a red-hot wire, instantly breaking the tense silence. The movement on the roof suddenly stopped. Several pairs of hands were suspended in midair, and even the dust stopped halfway falling. Hawk's finger was still on the trigger of the shotgun, but he turned his head to look out the window. Is Adam's apple moving? County Sheriff? No. Mark Thompson's voice boomed from Erin's phone with a hum of electricity. I'm calling the State Police Tactical Squad. 20 minutes ago, I hacked into the communication system of the testing agency and found that they sent the coordinates to the private security company. The phone screen was lit, showing Mark's video call interface. He was sitting in an office in a suit and tie, tapping on the laptop keyboard. There is a police helicopter 3 kilometers above your head now, and 5 teams on the ground have blocked all exits of the warehouse. Those gentlemen wearing tactical gloves. It's time to taste the handcuffs. There was a dull thud as something heavy fell from the roof. Irene looked up and saw a face covered by a hood falling from the gap and knocking over the metal cabinet in the corner. Hawk's shotgun was hanging down, but not completely put into the holster, and his knuckles were still white. That was an old problem when he had PTSD, and he had to hold the gun tightly to suppress the tremors. Mark, you should be an agent. Laura's flashlight was dazzling. She squatted on the ground and searched the pockets of the fallen killer, and took out a work ID. Western Security signed 3 escort contracts with oil companies. Those are their white gloves. Mark pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, and a string of contract clauses marked in red popped up on the screen. But the law doesn't look at the color of the gloves. It only looks at who pays. 2 hours later, evidence bags were piled up on the table in the state police's makeshift headquarters. Irene held a copy of the test report she had found in Peter's office. There were still scorch marks on the edge of the paper. It was obvious that someone wanted to burn it. But Hawk rushed in with a fire axe and snatched it out. From 2019 to 2023, the heavy metal content of 17 groundwater test reports was changed to safe values. Her fingernails scratched the electronic signature in the modifier column. But Peter said that the original data is stored in an overseas server, and they can't delete it, Mark interrupted, turning his laptop towards the group. There was a string of garbled code on the screen. The testing agency used an old encryption system. I asked Emily to hack into their backup logs. Every modification was recorded. Even the IP address of the deletion command was traced. He pressed enter, and a red dot popped up on the map. The top floor of the oil company headquarters, CFO's office. Emily Johnson huddled in a folding chair in the corner, holding a silver USB flash drive in her arms, which she had taken out of the testing agency's server. Her fingertips were still shaking, but her eyes were bright as fire. And this, Paul Green would send an abnormal sample statistics from his private email every Wednesday at 3 p.m., and the recipient was the legal department of the oil company. She pushed the USB drive to Mark. It contains 3 years of email records, DNA comparison results of missing persons, drilling location coordinates, all in it. Hawk suddenly crushed the coffee cup in his hand. The porcelain shard pierced his palm, and blood dripped down his fingers. But he seemed unconscious, staring at the whiteboard on the wall. There was a photo of Paul Green, the head of the testing agency, 50 years old, blonde, with a mole on his left earlobe. He didn't come to the office today. The voice of the state police agent came from the door. The front desk said he received a call this morning, saying he was going to meet an important client, and then he didn't show up again. Irene's tinnitus started again. This time it wasn't the sound of metal rubbing against each other, but a sharper beep, like some kind of alarm. She looked at Mark, and the lawyer's expression suddenly became serious, and his fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard. The oil company's stock began to plummet half an hour ago. He pulled up the financial news interface. They are urgently selling their shares in shale gas fields. Usually they only do this when they want to destroy core assets. The drilling site. Hawk suddenly spoke, blood dripping onto the floor and forming little red flowers. They're going to destroy the drilling platform and bury the evidence underground. Laura stood up suddenly, her technician badge still hanging around her neck, making people dizzy. I did an environmental assessment for them last week, and there is a backup database in... No thanks. Mark turned off the computer. When he looked up, the eyes behind his glasses were like a knife. The question now is... The phone in the office suddenly rang. The state police agent picked up the phone and his face turned pale. He covered the microphone and looked at everyone. The emergency contact of the oil company said that their Alberta drilling platform had a natural gas leak half an hour ago, and the fire brigade is rushing there. But according to the satellite image, the fire there, he swallowed. It looks like something big is burning. Irene reached for the pistol at her waist. The holster was empty. It had been taken away by the state police. She turned to look at Hawk, who was wrapping his bleeding hand with the hem of his shirt. But the fire in his eyes was brighter than the fire in Alberta. "We have to go," she said. "I'll contact the Ministry of Transportation to dispatch a helicopter." Mark was already on the phone. "Laura, send me the geological map of the drilling platform. Emily, prepare the notarization of those emails. Peter," he paused, "you'd better come with us. The court needs an expert witness." The state police agent tore the photo of Paul Green off the whiteboard and handed it to Erin. "We will continue to look for him, but you have to stop the destruction of evidence first." Erin took the photo and rubbed her fingertips over the mole on Paul Green's left earlobe. There was a line of small words on the back of the photo, written in pencil, blurry but clear. "Specimen number 1117. Cree. Pure blood within 4 generations." When she looked up, Hawk was already standing at the door. The shotgun hung back on his shoulder. Blood soaked a large area of his shirt, but he smiled like a wolf smelling prey. "Let's go, Miss Social Worker. Let's go." Irene stuffed the photo into the inner pocket of her coat. Amid the ringing in her ears, she heard the metallic friction sound again. This time it was not a refrigerated truck, but some larger machine that was turning underground, trying to crush all the truth. And they have just torn the first crack. The Arizona sun baked the asphalt until it steamed white, and as Hawk's Chevy pickup truck rolled over the last stretch of gravel, Erin's ringing in her ears sounded like a swarm of bees rushing through her ear canal. The screen of the cell phone on the passenger seat was on, with Linda Thompson's missed call displayed at the top. That was the contact information that the reporter had slipped to her when they were drinking coffee in the state police office this morning, and said that the mixed-race community may have the clues you are looking for. "We're here." Hawk stepped on the brakes, and the tires plowed 2 deep marks on the dirt road. Irene looked up and saw a faded wooden sign inserted diagonally at the intersection. The words "Red Crow Community" could barely be made out where the paint had peeled off. A few tin-roofed houses were scattered among the cacti. Faded plaid sheets fluttered on the clotheslines, and 3 black-haired children were squatting in the mud playing with stones. When they saw the car stop, they immediately ran into the nearest house like little wild animals. As soon as the car door was opened, 6 or 7 figures turned out from behind the porch. The leading man was wearing a worn deerskin jacket, and his face was full of knife-like wrinkles, revealing vigilance. "Border Patrol and social workers, are you here to collect poll tax?" The silver badge on his chest flashed. David Blake, the leader of the Mixed Race Rights Organization. The information said that he led his people to sit in protest outside the Capitol for 3 months to fight for the right of mixed-race children to fill in the indigenous column on their birth certificates. Hawk didn't rush to take out his ID. He put his bleeding hand into his trouser pocket. The smell of blood mixed with the bitter aroma of cactus filled the air. "We are looking for a missing person." "Missing people," David sneered, his eyes sweeping across the social worker badge, faintly visible under Irene's coat. "Last month, a girl was buying soda at a gas station, and she disappeared as soon as she turned around. What did your people say?" "Adults have the right to act independently." The crowd behind him murmured in agreement. An old lady raised her cell phone with a yellowed photo on the screen. "My granddaughter said she was going to Phoenix to find a job 2 years ago. The last call she made said the truck sounded like metal friction. The same sound as the body you found in the refrigerated truck, right?" The ringing in Irene's ears suddenly became sharp. She reached for the photo in her inside coat pocket, and her fingers touched the mole on Paul Green's earlobe through the fabric. That day at the state police office, Agent Mark said that Paul was a geological consultant for an oil company, and had disappeared from a hotel in Houston 3 days ago. In his computer there were 17 missing persons files marked pure blood. "We're here because someone doesn't want the truth to be discovered." When she spoke, her voice was hoarser than expected. 13 bodies were found at the border last week. Each body had shale fragments embedded in the toenails, consistent with the geological structure of the oil field outside Red Crow Town. She took out the photo, and the sample number on 117 on the back was lead gray in the sun. Paul Green wrote this on this photo, and in his office there are blood sample records of people who have disappeared in your community in the past 10 years. The crowd suddenly fell silent. David's Adam's apple moved, and just as he was about to speak, a harsh male voice came from the side. "Enough. They are here to get information." The man who was speaking squeezed to the front. He was wearing brand new overalls, and the digital watch on his wrist was flashing a cold light, which made him stand out from the worn-out coarse clothes of other people in the community. Irene remembered him. Richard Green, Paul's distant nephew. Linda mentioned on the phone that he had been stirring up rhetoric in the community recently that everyone outside is an enemy. They said, "The oil field?" Richard raised his voice, his finger almost poking Hawk's face. "When the drilling team came 3 years ago, Who said the compensation will be received in 3 months? Where is the money now? Where are the people? He turned to the crowd, his eyes red. 3 days before my cousin disappeared, he was still talking about exposing those samples, and guess what? The police said he absconded with the money. Hawk tapped his fingers on the shotgun strap. He noticed that there were fresh calluses on Richard's left little finger. Those were marks that only people who held the steering wheel for a long time would have. And people in the Red Crow community should have calluses on the base of the thumb and knuckles. Even more bizarre is that when Richard mentioned sample, the missing person file in your cousin's computer was last updated 2 hours before he disappeared. Irene suddenly spoke, her voice piercing the air like an ice cone. The file names are R1172R179, which matches the number of bodies in the refrigerated truck. She unbuttoned her coat, revealing the silver pendant around her neck. It was a wolf-shaped totem of the Cree people, which was stuffed into her hand by her mother before she disappeared. My grandmother is a 4th-generation pure-blooded Cree. She went to the reservation to collect herbs in 1997 and never came back. The police said she might have run away with the white people, but her deerskin boots were found the next day next to the new exploration well dug by the drilling team. The wind suddenly stopped. The old lady's cell phone fell to the ground with a bang. The girl in the photo had a similar brow ridge to Irene. David's fingers stroked the words on the back of the photo. When he looked up, the coldness in his eyes began to melt away. The sample you mentioned, it's the oil company's geological exploration risk hedging. Hawk took over the conversation. He pulled off the bloody hem of his shirt, revealing the burns on the back of his hand. The marks left by the drug dealers who detonated gasoline barrels when they were chasing them 3 years ago. I have investigated 27 missing persons cases at the border, and the families of 3 of them received accidental death compensation, the amount of which was exactly the insurance limit for the drilling accident. They used disappearances to cover up deaths, and used deaths to cover up illegal exploration. Richard's face turned as red as liver. He suddenly rushed to the nearest young man and grabbed his arm. Don't believe them. These people are here to... That's enough. David interrupted him, his voice like knocking on bronze. Richard, you said last week that you would take 20 people to the state parliament to protest. How come you can't even remember the date of my granddaughter's disappearance today? He turned to Hawk and Irene, his Adam's apple rolling. My daughter, on March 12, 2018, said she was going to buy milk powder and never came back. On her birth certificate, the column for race says other, because I am a mixed race of Cree and Métis, and my wife is Inuit and French. He took out his wallet, which contained a yellowed note. This is the text message she sent me the day before she disappeared. Dad, the drilling team asked for my great-grandmother's name, saying they wanted to check my bloodline. The ringing in Erin's ears suddenly turned into a sharp buzzing sound. She remembered the report from the state police laboratory. Mitochondrial DNA testing of 13 bodies showed that their maternal lineage could be traced back to more than 4 generations of pure Aboriginal people.
The number 1117 on the back of the photo may have been counted from the samples collected by Maggie Auger in the 90s.
We need your help. She held David's hand, and the wolf-shaped totem was placed on the calloused palm of his hand. Those drilling machines are still turning underground. They want to destroy not only the evidence, but also everyone who knows the truth. The moment David nodded, a sharp brake sound suddenly came from outside the community. There are so many cars outside. The boy who ran in to report the news panted. Black cars, no license plates. When a man got out of the car, I saw a gun on his waist. His voice got stuck in his throat, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. There was a gun. Hawk's hand was already on the shotgun. Irene paused as she reached for the empty holster, then tightened her grip on the silver pendant around her neck. Amid the tinnitus, the sound of metal friction rang out again, clearer than ever. This time, she recognized it as the sound of the hydraulic pump starting, mixed with the crisp sound of tires rolling over gravel, rushing towards them from the dirt road outside the community. The oil lamps in the community were flickering in the wind. 20 or so mixed-race children were crowded in the wooden beam activity center. There were mothers holding babies, young men holding hunting knives, and old women leaning on crutches. The boy's scream was like a thin needle, piercing the originally peaceful night. The crying of the baby, the sound of chairs falling over, and the whispers one after another, instantly turned the small space into a pot of boiling soup. Hawk's thumb pressed on the shotgun's trigger, his knuckles turning blue from the pressure. He could hear the throbbing in his temples, exactly the same sound as the ambush 3 years ago, when he had stood in the shadow of the truck, thinking that the dust in the distance was just a herd of cattle. But what he waited for was the drug dealer's AK. The warmth of his colleague's blood splattered on his police badge was now climbing up the back of his neck. He took a big gulp of the tequila he carried with him, the liquor burning his throat. Then he placed his trembling right hand firmly on the butt of the gun. "Shut the fuck up." Irene's voice was like a piece of ice-hardened iron plate hitting the heads of the noisy crowd directly. She pulled off the silver pendant around her neck. The wolf head totem shone coldly in the firelight. "I am Kavos from the Cree. Your ancestors and my grandmother drank kumis together on the reservation. The people coming outside now are not officials from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, nor are they tax collectors. They are executioners who want to bury us all in the well." The crowd suddenly became quiet. Several older mixed-race people helped each other to straighten up. They recognized the totem, the Cree's wolf warrior emblem, which was only worn around the necks of people with pure blood. And Irene's grandmother was the old chief, who led 27 people of the tribe to the state assembly to protest against land occupation 30 years ago, but disappeared in the desert with her car on the way back. "Jack, take the women and children to the cellar." Hawk wiped his face, the smell of alcohol and sweat entering his nostrils. "David, come with me to take a look. Irene, keep an eye on the door. Your ears are more useful than thermal imaging devices." Irene didn't respond. The tinnitus in her ears was like a crusher running at full speed. The hum of the hydraulic pumps was mixed with a dozen different tire friction sounds. She closed her eyes and counted them. 3 Ford F-150s, 2 Chevrolet Silverados, and the rest were modified all-terrain vehicles, with a chassis 5 inches lower than ordinary cars. This type of vehicle is often used by oil company exploration teams and can overcome the steepest Gobi Desert. 7, she suddenly said. 3 are behind the dirt slope in the east, 2 are blocking the drainage ditch in the south, and the remaining 2, she opened her eyes suddenly, her pupils reflecting the swaying shadows of the trees outside the window. In the cornfield in the west, the engine is not turned off, and the metal contraction sound of the radiator is 3 times faster than that of other cars. They must be turbocharged. Hawk's temple throbbed even more violently. He handed the shotgun to David and took out a .38 revolver from his waist. This was the Outstanding Student Award he won in the police academy. There was a small word, "Pull the trigger when awake," engraved on the inside of the barrel. "You're right, Aaron." His voice was as heavy as lead. "That's how the drug dealers surrounded us 3 years ago in the Sonoran Desert." Veins bulged from David's grip on the shotgun. The half-blood leader was still questioning Hawk's motives yesterday, but now he suddenly remembered the photo that Irene showed him. 13 corpses all had faded blue ribbons tied around their ankles, exactly the same as the one his mother wore before she disappeared. "I know Richard has been out of town lately," he said through gritted teeth. "Last week he said he was going to Phoenix to discuss funding, but I found a half-full box of Western Energy matches in his tent. My grandfather worked for that company, and I can recognize the flame logo on the matchbox with my eyes closed." Hawk's fingers tapped twice on the trigger guard of the... He recalled the information he had retrieved from the Bureau this morning. Western Energy was the actual owner of the underground shale gas field in the unsupervised corridor, and that of the 2037 indigenous women who had disappeared on the US-Canada border in the past 5 years. The last movements of 1890 of them overlapped with the company's exploration routes. Erin, go to the cellar and call Jack up. Hawk suddenly laughed, with a desperate look. We are going to hold a welcome party for Mr. Richard. Half an hour later, the oil lamps in the activity center were dim. Irene squatted behind a door, holding the silver pendant against her ear. She could hear footsteps 20 meters away. The rubber soles of the boots made the forefoot land first, a habit only people who wore combat boots for a long time would have. David stood in the center of the stage, clutching the phone he had found in Richard's tent. An unread text message lit up the screen. Create chaos before midnight. Double your bonus. Western Energy. The moment the door was kicked open, Hawk's .238 rifle pressed against Richard's temple. The instigator who always talked about mixed race rights was pale at the moment. He stared at the phone in David's hand, his Adam's apple moving. This is a frame-up. Frame-up. Irene walked out from the shadows, holding a micro-recorder in her hand. Half an hour ago you said to the man in overalls in the cornfield, "It's better if those natives die. Their bloodline can't be traced back 4 generations anyway. Is that enough?" The voice in the recorder was so clear that it seemed to be right next to my ear. When they start making a fuss, and the police open fire, the media will say thugs attack law enforcement officers. Who will care about the drilling then? The mixed-race children's angry curses exploded. A young girl rushed up to slap Richard, but was stopped by David. "Your mother was also killed by them." David's voice was trembling. 3 days before she disappeared, she was still helping you patch your school uniform. Richard suddenly knelt down, his face covered with tears and snot. "They threatened my sister. She is studying nursing in Texas, and the guarantor of her student loan is a lawyer from Western Energy." "That's enough." Hawk put the .38 into his holster. "Now make a phone call and tell the people outside to retreat." Richard took out his cell phone, tremblingly, and had just pressed 2 numbers when he heard the crisp sound of glass breaking outside the window. The tinnitus in Irene's ears suddenly became louder, and this time she heard it clearly. It was the sound of airflow from the sniper rifle silencer, mixed with the whistling of bullets cutting through the air. "Get down." Hawk rushed over and pushed away the nearest old woman, and the roar of the shotgun exploded almost at the same time. David dragged Richard under the table, and Jack rushed up from the cellar, holding the 2 frightened children in his arms. Irene groped her way to the window along the wall and looked out through the gaps in the broken glass. Under the moonlight, the headlights of 7 cars lit up at the same time, making the cornfield look like a silver sea. She counted 17 figures, all wearing black tactical vests, 3 of them carrying M4 carbines, the butts of their rifles wrapped in the same fluorescent yellow tape as the Western Energy rigs. Further away, a blurry cloud of dust rose from the horizon. In Irene's tinnitus, the hum of the hydraulic pump suddenly turned into hundreds of overlapping metallic vibrations. More vehicles were rolling over the Gobi Desert and rushing towards this mixed-race community. When the broken glass pierced Irene's palm, she realized that she had been squatting in the corner without her knowing. Hawk's shotgun was still roaring, and the bullets hit the door lintel and splashed wood chips, mixed with the old woman's sobs and the children's screams, and mixed into a mess in the buzzing of her ears. "East window." David's roar cut through the noise. He grabbed his shotgun and rushed over, smashing the last intact piece of glass with the butt of the gun. Erin saw 3 men in tactical vests crawling in a cornfield, their fluorescent yellow tape looking like the tongue of a venomous snake in the moonlight. Exactly the same tape that the workers on the Western Energy drilling platform used to wrap around their tools. Hawk dragged her into the kitchen by the back of her collar. The linoleum floor was still stained with flour from making tortillas that afternoon, and it made a crackling sound when he stepped on it. "Calm down, Cavus." He pressed his thumb hard on the pulse of her wrist, as if confirming some kind of vital sign. "Are they going to kill Richard or the whole community?" Richard huddled behind the refrigerator, the blood on his forehead staining the color of his shirt, dark brown. The accountant of the mixed race rights organization was delivering a petition at the city hall 3 days ago, but now he has become the hunted prey. They said I stole the drilling log. His teeth were clattering. Paul came to me last week and said that the soil sample from the testing agency was problematic and the heavy metal content exceeded the standard. Paul Green. Irene's ears suddenly rang sharply, and she covered her ears and took a step back. It was the vibration of the hydraulic pump mixed with the low hum of the diesel engine, spreading from the dust and fog on the horizon. At least 20 trucks. She closed her eyes to distinguish. 3 of them are refrigerated trucks, and the engine model is the same as the one we found at the border. Hawk's pupils suddenly contracted. 3 months ago, the refrigerated truck carrying 13 bodies had recorded the sound of metal contraction under the hood on Irene's phone, which became the key clue for them to track down the unsupervised corridor. They want to destroy the evidence. He pulled off the walkie-talkie at his waist, and there was only the crackling sound of electricity in the channel. The communication has been blocked, and the nearest police station is 60 miles away. The moment the kitchen door was thrown open, Sarah Johnson rushed in. The female doctor, who always wears a stethoscope around her neck, is holding a metal file box with corn silk on the ends of her hair. I found this when I was changing the dressing for Grandma Ruth. She opened the lid of the box, and a stack of yellowed test reports were scattered on the flour. Paul's agency gave this land an environmental safety stamp 3 years ago, but Ruth's granddaughter, Lily, has a blood lead level 7 times that of a normal child. Her fingertips trembled as she pointed to the signature on the report. Paul Green, the head of the testing agency, who was reported missing 3 months ago. David retracted his head from the window, the barrel of his shotgun still smoking. They are setting up roadblocks and will attack in 10 minutes. He looked at Irene. The trust in his eyes was stronger than at the protest rally 3 days ago. You said that the Cree hunters would use the terrain. Our cornfield has irrigation canals, and the cellar can hide 20 people. Old Tom's tractor is still in the barn. Hawk suddenly interrupted. He took out the bottle from his pocket, unscrewed it, tightened it again, and finally put it into Sarah's hand. There's diesel in it, enough to burn half an acre of land. Covas, you are in charge of taking the children into the cellar and covering the entrance with corn stalks. David, you and Jack will guard the north side. Their carbines won't shoot well in the cornfield. Erin pulled off her apron to cover the broken glass on her palm. The blood seeped through the cheesecloth, but it miraculously reduced the tinnitus in her ears. She looked out the window and saw 17 figures adjusting their tactical formation. The person at the front raised a megaphone and said, "Hand over Richard Lopez, or we will massacre the whole village. They don't know how many of us there are." David suddenly laughed. A fierce laugh that overlapped with the expression on his face when he sang the war song at the tribal gathering. Last winter, we used scarecrows to trick the Immigration Bureau's drone. He gestured to Jack, and the young man who always repaired old TVs at the community library immediately went into the storage room and carried out a pile of old clothes. Sarah stuffed the file box into Irene's arms. If something happens to me, these reports should be handed over to Maggie Algier of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Her name is on the last page. She wiped the blood on the back of Irene's hand with her fingertips. I also saved little Lily's blood sample. What they want to cover up is not just the body, but the poisoning that lasted for 20 years. Hawk checked the magazine of the shotgun. The sound of metal colliding and the engine noise in Erin's ears overlapped into a strange rhythm. I've seen this kind of scene at the border. He lowered his voice, as if speaking to an audience that didn't exist. 6 years ago I thought there were only 5 drug dealers, but Andy died in my arms. His Adam's apple rolled. It won't happen this time. Irene suddenly grabbed his wrist. The man she always called a drunkard old bastard had scars on his wrists from old burns he'd received while saving an immigrant child from being hit by a truck. There were 17 of us, adults, she counted, plus the 12 scarecrows Jack made. They couldn't tell them apart. The loudspeaker in the cornfield blared again, this time closer. David stuck the last scarecrow on the roof of the barn. The tattered cowboy hat was blown up by the wind, revealing the newspaper stuffed inside. Hawk handed the shotgun to Irene, and picked up old Tom's shotgun himself. It was an antique that needed to be loaded manually, but it could blow away half of a wall at close range. The entrance to the cellar is behind the kitchen oven. Sarah pushed the two frightened children over. Erin, your tinnitus can help us hear their movements, right? Irene nodded. She could hear the metallic creak of the refrigerator truck's hydraulic pump approaching, the click of the M4 carbine's magazine being changed, even the scrape of the nails on the lead man's boots across the ground. He was only 30 steps from the front door. Ready to go, Hawk said, his voice like a polished flint. When they get to the cornfield, light the barn on fire. Just then, the sound of tires rolling over gravel suddenly came from outside the window. Unlike the trucks that surrounded them, it was a lighter, crisper friction sound, like an old Ford pickup truck. In Irene's tinnitus, the frequency of the metal vibration suddenly shifted. A car was rushing over from the dry riverbed in the south, and the engine sound had obvious malfunction noises, as if the timing belt was loose. "Who?" David raised his shotgun and pointed the muzzle at the shadow in the moonlight. The moment the car lights pierced the darkness, Irene saw the person in the driver's seat clearly. Paul Green, the head of the testing agency, who was supposed to be missing, was lying on the steering wheel with a fresh wound on his forehead and a locked metal box in his hand. The bumper of his truck was wrapped in the same fluorescent yellow tape as the one surrounding him, but it was torn to pieces when he crashed through the roadblock. Hawk's finger tightened on the trigger. "Don't shoot," Erin suddenly shouted in her ears. In addition to the sound of the approaching truck, there was also a sharper metallic buzzing. That was the microphone of the small camera recording, and the electronic vibration of the memory card reading and writing. A small red light was blinking on Paul Green's metal box. Outside the cornfield, the leading man in the tactical vest suddenly raised his hand. All the gun muzzles turned towards Paul's truck at the same time, drawing cold arcs in the moonlight. Hawk's knuckles were strained blue from pulling the trigger. The moonlight slid down the barrel of the gun, casting a long shadow on the back of his hand. This was so similar to the stormy night 3 years ago, when he was holding the gun in the same way, watching the new police officer in the back of the truck who should have been evacuated safely, but had half of his head blown off by a stray bullet from a drug dealer. "Put down your weapons." David's shotgun moved forward another half-inch and the barrel almost touched the hood of the truck. Paul Green's head was tilted on the steering wheel, blood oozing from the wound on his forehead, dripping down his chin onto the metal box, making a tiny popping sound. Irene noticed that the blood was not ordinary red, but had a strange brown color, as if it was mixed with rust. "He has a recording device on him," she said suddenly, the electronic buzzing in her ears making her temples swell. Hawk's peripheral vision caught sight of the small red light on the metal box, which flickered with the vibration of the truck's engine, like a vigilant eye. "Who the hell sent you?" he yelled, his voice hoarser than usual, his throat burning with whiskey. He'd secretly finished the last half bottle of tequila this morning, and now the acid churning in his stomach mixed with the cold sweat brought on by post-traumatic stress disorder, making it sticky and sickening. Green moved, and a muffled groan came from his throat. Sarah Johnson pushed forward, the hem of her white coat stained with the mud marks left by the mixed-race children playing there yesterday. She reached out to touch Green's carotid artery, but her fingertips suddenly retracted as soon as they touched the skin. The body temperature is 40 degrees, and the wound feels burning. She lifted Green's sleeves to reveal patches of red rashes on his arms. "It looks like a chemical burn, the same symptoms as the old woman, who said she had diarrhea after drinking well water last month." David's pupils suddenly contracted. When the old woman's body was found last month, her stomach was full of black coagulation. The forensic report stated heavy metal poisoning, but the county police department did not investigate it. Now that I think about it, The well was right across from the oil company's newly drilled 37 well box, Green said suddenly, his voice like sandpaper rubbing against iron. His fingers dug into the lock of the metal box, and the blood seeping from between his fingers stained the brass lock dark red. Inside is the original data of the testing agency. They tampered with the bloodline certificates and marked people with Aboriginal blood as doubtful identity. And then he coughed violently, and blood foam splashed on the windshield. Then those people will be moved out of the reservation, and the drilling team. Hawk's temple was throbbing. He remembered a missing person case he had received 3 weeks ago. A Cree girl named Lydia had her reservation residency revoked because the testing agency said her great-grandmother's birth certificate was missing key information. 3 days later, her cowboy boots were found in the desert near well 37, with fresh crude oil on the soles. How do you prove it? Irene's voice was like an ice cone. She squatted down and looked Green in the eye. Suddenly, a sharp sound exploded in her tinnitus. It was the buzzing sound made by the overheated components inside the metal box. Green raised his bloody hand, with black debris embedded in the cracks between his fingernails. It was the anti-counterfeiting ink used by testing agencies. I stole the encryption card of the backup server, he gasped. They want to kill me to silence me because the bloodline certificates of 7 of the 13 bodies found last month were changed by me personally. The sound of leather boots crushing gravel came from outside the cornfield. The man in the lead, wearing a tactical vest, raised his left hand, with his thumb and index finger forming a circle, the gesture for prepare to assault. Hawk counted and found that there were at least 8 people on the other side, 3 of whom were holding M4 rifles with the butts against their shoulders and the safety on. Why are they chasing you? David grabbed Green's collar, and the hammer of the shotgun made a crisp click sound. Is it because you know too much? Or because you messed up? Green's face turned liver-colored due to suffocation. He struggled to point to the metal box. There is a locator in it. They're here to track the signal. Erin's tinnitus suddenly changed its tone. She closed her eyes, and the intertwined sound waves formed pictures in her mind. Behind the bushes 5 meters away, a person was holding a walkie-talkie to his lips. On the slope at 10 o'clock, someone was installing a silencer on a gun. And under the chassis of Green's truck, there was a soybean-sized object that was getting hot. It was a GPS tracker, beating with the signal from the metal box. Get down. She threw herself at David, who was nearest to her, and they both fell heavily into the wild pea bushes. Almost at the same time, muffled sound pierced the night sky. The bullet grazed the brim of Hawk's hat and hit a charred hole in the iron sheet of the truck's rear compartment. Green's body shook violently, and blood spurted out of his chest. He had just tried to reach the metal box that fell at his feet. Sarah. Hawk dragged the doctor to the back of the truck. Bullets hit the car body like a rainstorm. The whistling sound of metal deformation mixed with Irene's tinnitus, making people's teeth ache. David took out a homemade Molotov cocktail from behind his waist. The moment the glass shattered on the stone, orange-red flames rose up, illuminating the tactical masks on the faces of the besiegers. Green suddenly grabbed Irene's wrist with surprising strength. His pupils had begun to dilate, but his fingers were still firmly grasping the lock of the metal box. The password is Lydia's birthday. Blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. Tell her mother that I changed her bloodline certificate back. The last gunshot and the sound of the metal box's lock spring popping out sounded almost simultaneously. Irene opened the lid of the box with trembling hands. 37 USB flash drives were neatly placed inside, each with a label, drilling number 37, missing person file. The USB flash drive on the top was flashing a green light, and the file name inside was Refrigerated Truck Transportation Record on May 3rd. A man in a tactical vest roared from outside the cornfield. Don't let them get the stuff. Get in. Hawk pushed the last bullet into the magazine. The dizziness brought by the alcohol suddenly disappeared. He heard his own heartbeat drowning out the tinnitus. Just like that rainy night 3 years ago, he finally saw the drug dealer's face clearly. "Eileen," he roared, "take the boxes and run to the underground shelter. David, take Sarah and the children and evacuate through the secret passage." In the moonlight, the shadows of the besiegers flooded over the barbed wire like a tide, and the person in the front had already raised the battering ram. The metal box grew hot in Irene's arms. She could hear the soft sounds of the USB drive reading and writing, like some life about to break out of its shell. And further away, a new vibration came from her tinnitus. It was the low-frequency vibration of a helicopter propeller, cutting through the air, approaching rapidly from the southeast. When Hawk handed the shotgun to David, he felt the calluses on the other's palm. "Remember when I taught you how to load bullets 3 years ago?" He grinned, the scar at the corner of his eye glowing red in the firelight. "Now it's your turn to teach me how to defend this land." The sound of the besiegers banging on the door could be clearly heard. Irene took a last look at Green, lying in a pool of blood. His fingers were still in the position of pressing the password, and the black ink between his nails glowed coldly in the moonlight. She turned and rushed into the community, the metal box hitting her thighs, and every step was like the beating of a war drum. Hawk's roar came from behind. "Listen to me. Today, either they fall, or we stand." In the darkness outside the community, the helicopter's searchlight suddenly lit up, and the white cone of light pierced the night sky, illuminating the mottled "Stop Drilling" graffiti on the wall. Someone shouted something on the intercom, and the besiegers suddenly stopped moving. But Irene didn't have time to think about it. She could hear a sharper alarm approaching in her tinnitus, like some kind of scream that was about to tear through the darkness. The iron door of the community warehouse clanged loudly, and Hawk's knuckles were stretched blue and white on the wooden handle of the shotgun. He leaned his back against the mottled brick wall, the old scar at the corner of his eye throbbing with his heartbeat. It was left when he was chasing drug dealers in the Sonoran Desert 3 years ago. The bullet grazed his brow, but the image of his colleague being hit by a stray bullet in the night vision goggles could never be erased. At this moment, his eyes swept over the mixed-race children gathered in the square, and he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Several young people were holding homemade iron bars. Their knuckles were white. The woman holding the baby had a straight look in her eyes, muttering, "They want to take our land." Even Dr. Sarah, who always put band-aids on children at the medical station, was holding an adrenaline injection at this moment, and her fingertips almost pierced her palm. "No," Hawk whispered, his Adam's apple rolling. He recalled the photo that the informant had slipped to him at the abandoned gas station 3 hours ago. Richard Green was standing in front of the private plane of an oil company executive, in a suit and tie, and looked completely different from the thug who was now lying in a pool of blood. He also remembered the black ink that Irene scraped from Green's fingernails. It was the drilling coordinate ink used by oil companies and was also detected on the clothes of the missing victim last week. "Irene," he shouted at the top of his lungs, but his voice was shattered by the slamming of the door. Irene, who was running towards the communications room, suddenly stopped, and the metal box hit her thigh, causing pain. The tinnitus in her ears was like someone had stuffed an electric drill into her ear canal. The roar of the propeller, the slamming of the door, the whispers of the mixed-race children, all the sounds were mixed into a mess in her mind. But when she saw Hawk making the 3 o'clock sign at her, she suddenly remembered that when she was 16, her mother had done the same thing at a protest rally, alerting her to plainclothes police officers before she disappeared. "It's Green's fault." Hawk's thumb rubbed at the trigger of the shotgun. "They have been inciting these people to fight among themselves." The old oak tree in the center of the square was shining with moonlight, and David Blake's figure suddenly appeared in front of the two men. The mixed-race leader's Adam's apple moved, and in his hand he still held the shotgun that Hawk had just handed him. It was this gun that Hawk taught him how to load in the border refugee camp 3 years ago. and taught him to protect women and children first when drug dealers rushed in. At this moment, David's palms were still warm from the shotgun, but he was more awake than ever. Just now, a few guys said that Green knocked on every door last night, saying, "People from outside are here to grab the land, and even the police are accomplices." Accomplices. Irene dug her nails into the cracks of the metal box. Do they know that Green's bank account receives remittances from the oil company every month? Do they know that he lets you rush in the front as cannon fodder? But he himself is asking for hush money at the negotiation table. There were gasps from the crowd. A young man in a leather jacket raised an iron rod. "Why do you say that?" Based on this, Hawk threw his phone over. On the screen was a photo of Green and the CEO of an oil company. "I found out in Phoenix last week that they want to drill unconventional oil wells under the reservation. They're afraid you'll protest. So they're creating chaos first, so the government can clear the area with the charge of violent resistance to the law. By the time the wells are drilled and the land is taken, your missing persons will only increase." Irene suddenly remembered the USB flash drive in the metal box. That was the encrypted file in Green's computer. When she rushed into the communications room just now, she had asked the kids in the technical team to hack into the oil company's server. At this moment, the box was burning against her thighs, like a red-hot iron, burning her eyes sore. My mother disappeared in this land. My aunt, my cousin, they were all marked on Green's list of high-risk protesters. Now you want to be the gun for the murderer who killed my family. The wind suddenly changed direction, making the stop drilling graffiti on the old oak tree rustle. The young man holding the iron rod slowly lowered his arm, and the iron rod hit the ground, splashing sparks. Dr. Sarah suddenly squeezed to the front, and a stack of medical records fell out of her white coat pocket. "I examined 3 young people last month, and their blood and urine all contained benzopyrene. That is a component of drilling mud. Green said it was acclimatization, but it is not at all." The crowd began to stir. Some wiped their tears, and some clenched the hands of the people next to them. David took the opportunity to raise his shotgun, pointing the barrel to the sky. "To protect this land, we must first protect our own people. Those who are knocking on the door are the security team hired by the oil company, not the government." "Want to run?" Hawk's voice suddenly sounded like ice. Everyone turned around and saw Richard Green moving out by holding onto the wall. The pool of blood where he pretended to be dead just now was actually ketchup. Irene smelled the sweet and sour smell when she rushed into the community, but she didn't have time to think about it at the time. At this moment, his suit trouser legs were stained with fake blood, and his face was whiter than the moonlight, but he was still stubborn. "You can't what?" Irene stood in front of him and dropped the metal box heavily at his feet. "Can't expose you for trading our lives for money. Can't let you make this mess even more muddy." Her tinnitus suddenly became sharp, like someone scratching glass with fingernails. It was the helicopter that was getting closer, and the vibration of the propeller directly penetrated her eardrum. Green's pupils contracted violently, and he suddenly pounced towards the gap in the wall. The butt of Hawk's shotgun struck him on the back of the neck, as accurately as when he had shot at a moving target in the desert 3 years ago. Green groaned, and fell into the sand pile. David immediately pounced on him, and tied his wrists with a belt. That was the riot-proof bondage method Hawk taught him, which saved 3 lives in the refugee camp that year. Kath. The sound of the iron door's lock finally breaking was more piercing than any alarm. Hawk shoved Irene into the storage room next to him, his shotgun already loaded. Through the crack in the door, he saw the mixed-race people in the square suddenly quiet down. The young man holding the iron rod picked up the riot shield that fell on the ground. Sarah began to distribute hemostatic packs, and David stood under the old oak tree, pointing his shotgun at the gap in the wall, his shadow stretched out by the searchlight. But what made his heart skip a beat was the sound of footsteps coming from outside the wall. Not dozens of people, but hundreds. They brought a cutter. In Irene's tinnitus, the sharp scream of metal friction almost pierced her skull. She fished out the USB flash drive from the metal box, and suddenly understood why she had the illusion of a breaking shell when reading and writing just now. Inside was the oil company's 30 years of missing persons elimination records. And at this moment, they were about to use 100 pairs of boots to bury this secret, along with the entire community, into the ground. Hawk's finger tightened on the trigger, and his scar shone blue in the searchlight. He heard his own hoarse voice mixed with the sound of the wind. "Remember, we are not guarding the wall. We are guarding someone alive," Irene finished for him. When the first brick fell from the wall, the moonlight just happened to shine on the interface of the metal box, and the indicator light of the USB flash drive flickered, like some kind of angry heartbeat that was about to wake up. As the white light from the searchlight exploded on the wall, the recoil of Hawk's shotgun hit his shoulder blade painfully. He saw the third attacker climb in through the gap, his riot shield hitting the bricks and sparks flying. It was the oil company's private security guard, with the flame logo of BlackRock Energy embroidered on the left chest of his tactical uniform, exactly the same as the gang that killed the old herder on the Navajo reservation 3 months ago. "Aaron, left," he roared and pushed away the figure that was rushing towards him. The butt of his shotgun hit the other's wrist and the metal baton fell to the ground with a clang. The door of the storage room was shaking. Irene half knelt down and stuffed the USB drive into the waterproof bag. The ends of her hair were stained with wall dust, and the hearing aid in her left ear was flashing red. That was the alarm for her tinnitus overload. The shouts and screams in the square were mixed with the sound of metal cutting. Dr. Sarah, her white coat stained with blood, was using hemostat to clamp the splinter on the boy's leg. David's shotgun was empty, so he picked up the fire axe and smashed it at the security guard holding the stun baton. The mixed-race children built a second line of defense with wooden boards, steel bars, and even ancestral animal traps. But every time they repelled a wave, the gap became half a meter wider. Hawk counted and found that there were at least 120 people outside the wall. This number made his throat bitter, as if he had swallowed a handful of rusty nails. "They're coming for the truck," someone shouted. Hawk looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that the silver pickup truck containing the evidence USB drive was surrounded by security, and its tires had been slashed. Irene suddenly grabbed his arm, her nails almost digging into the scar of his old gunshot wound. "Listen." Amid the humming of tinnitus, Irene detected a regular vibration. It was the crisp sound of the metal parts of a diesel engine, expanding and contracting. The same sound she had heard in the Tucson scrapyard 3 months ago. Cummins X15, the high-pressure oil pump interface, has a design defect. Her voice trembled with pain. If it works continuously for 40 minutes, it will backfire, and the exhaust pipe will leak combustible gas. Hawk's pupils suddenly contracted. He was about to speak when the sound of a car braking suddenly came from outside the wall. Everyone paused for a moment. It was not a security SUV, but an old Camry with an Arizona license plate. The front bumper was crooked, and the windshield was cracked into a spiderweb. The car door swung open, and a woman in a beige windbreaker jumped out of the car with a professional camera hanging around her neck, a press card in her left hand, and a recorder in her right hand. "Linda Thompson, Border Times," she shouted to the security guard holding a stick, her voice drowning out the roar of the cutting machine. "I have the legal right to interview." Reporter. Dr. Sarah reacted first and dragged the boy towards Linda. She wrote our identity case. Hawk's heartbeat suddenly quickened. He remembered Linda's article 3 months ago. 4 generations of bloodline. The digital gallows of Aboriginal identity, which thoroughly criticized the bureaucratic system of the Department of the Interior. At this moment, the hem of her windbreaker was stained with mud, and the ends of her hair were dripping with blood. It was obvious that she had forced her way through the blockade. "Follow me," He dragged Irene out of the storage room. The bullet flew past his ear and exploded into brick chips at Linda's feet. The three of them stumbled and hid in the remaining wall of the community center. Hawk pulled off his sleeve to bandage the wound on Linda's forehead. They want to destroy the evidence. BlackRock Energy used missing persons to cover up illegal drilling. The USB flash drive contains 30 years of cancellation records. Linda's fingers moved quickly on the recorder, and the camera was focused on Hawk's eyes. "What do you need me to do? Live broadcast?" Irene slapped the waterproof bag on her palm. "Send it through the satellite network. As long as there is one viewer, they won't dare to massacre the village." Linda's Adam's apple moved. She untied the camera strap, stuffed the waterproof bag into her underwear pocket, and took out her spare phone. "I need 5 minutes to connect to the satellite." She looked towards the square. David's fire axe had already rolled up its blade, and the mixed-race people's defense line was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Can you hold on for 5 minutes? Hawk took out the intercom from his waist and switched to the community channel. "Everyone listen up. Focus on protecting the reporters. Sarah and the medical team will go to the east to contain them, and David and I will guard the gap." He turned to Irene and lowered his voice. "You go to the truck and find the exhaust pipe. The weakness of the Cummins X15, remember?" Irene nodded and pulled out a multi-purpose knife from her boot. The tinnitus in her ears had turned into a sharp buzzing sound, and every step she took felt like she was stepping on broken glass. But as she approached the silver pickup truck, the metallic vibration under the hood suddenly became clear. Once every 7, exactly the same as the old truck in the scrapyard in her memory. 28 minutes left, she said into the tiny microphone on her cuff. The tip of the knife pressed against the rubber pad at the exhaust pipe joint. "When their engine overheats, I'll pierce through here." The shouting and screaming in the square suddenly changed its tone. Hawk looked up and saw 7 or 8 mixed-race people rushing forward with homemade Molotov cocktails. Dr. Sarah held up a megaphone and shouted, "Reporters are broadcasting live. Your faces will be seen by the whole of America." Several security guards obviously hesitated, and some even subconsciously covered their badges. When the green light came on Linda's satellite phone, Hawk counted and found that there was still 10 meters left in the defense line. He wiped the blood off the shotgun and looked in the direction of Irene. She was crouching towards the security command vehicle, the tip of the knife flashing coldly in the moonlight. "I'm ready." Linda's voice was filled with electric noise. "I've thought of a title. BlackRock Energy's disappearance list. 13 corpses and the secret of the 20-kilometer no man's land." Just then, a shrill whistle was heard outside the wall. Hawk suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. That was the whistle of heavy machinery, not an ordinary off-road vehicle. He saw the searchlights illuminate 3 large trucks with flatbed trailers. What was piled in the truck beds was not tools, but the gleaming hydraulic demolition tools. They changed their equipment. Irene's voice came from the microphone, with the sharp sound of metal friction. "The engine sound has changed. It's a Caterpillar C18, which is more durable than Cummins." Hawk's finger tightened on the trigger. He heard Linda typing rapidly on the phone, heard Dr. Sarah yelling, "There aren't enough tourniquets," and heard the dull thump of David's fire axe hitting metal. And beneath all the sounds was the increasingly close hum of hydraulic rods extending and retracting, like some giant beast was awakening, ready to crush this small community full of secrets before dawn. The white light of the searchlight cut through the night sky, and Hawk's knuckles were stretched white as he held the shotgun. The hum of the hydraulic demolition tool, like the wings of some giant insect, made the back of his teeth ache. He had seen this sound in Afghanistan when the Taliban used it to dismantle American armored personnel carriers. "They're going to tear down the wall before dawn." Irene's voice exploded from the tactical headset, mixed with the harsh sound of metal friction. She was squatting on the roof of the security command vehicle, prying open the last telephone line with the tip of a knife. The Caterpillar C-18 engine has a thermal efficiency 30% higher than Cummins and can run continuously for 8 hours without stopping. The tinnitus was like beating a snare drum in her temple. This was an old injury she had suffered from years of tracking down refrigerated trucks. But at this moment it became the best alarm. The sound of the engine was mixed with the crisp sound of gears meshing, and the other party was adjusting the demolition angle. The first sound of metal tearing was heard outside the wall. Hawk saw the iron fence on the far left twisting like tinfoil, the steel teeth of the hydraulic pliers biting into the weld, sparks flying 20 meters away. The mixed-race children in the community began to scream. Several children ran out of the makeshift tent and were dragged into the medical vehicle by Dr. Sarah Johnson. The hem of her white coat was stained with blood from when she was stopping the bleeding of an old man who was scratched by a stray bullet. "Linda," Hawk shouted, and turned to look at the tin house in the community center. The reporter was hunched over her laptop, the green light of the satellite dish flashing above her head. "Has the data been transferred to the server? We still need to find DNA records of 3 missing persons." Linda's fingers were typing away on the keyboard, her hair blown by the draft. David's people just brought in the file boxes from the 1980s. Maggie's sample number. She suddenly stopped, and when she looked up, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. "Where's Richard?" The back of Hawk's neck tensed instantly. The mixed-race leader and instigator, who they had tied with nylon rope in the corner of the warehouse, should have been lying on the concrete floor like a dead dog. But when he kicked open the warehouse door, he saw only half a broken rope hanging on the pillar, and half a piece of rusty iron that fell from the ceiling lying in the corner of the wall. Richard used the iron piece to cut the restraints.
In the data room.
Irene's voice came from the direction of the wall. Apparently she also noticed something unusual. He went to Linda's side. Hawk's shotgun slammed against the doorframe, and as he turned around, the heels of his boots left deep marks in the mud. The wooden door of the data room was shaking violently, and the crisp sound of paper tearing could be heard from inside. The moment he pushed the door open, he saw Richard grabbing a stack of DNA test reports and stuffing them into the fireplace. The flames licked the copies of Maggie Ogier's notes, and the burning smell was so pungent that it made it impossible to open your eyes. "Son of a bitch," Hawk rushed over and hit Richard on the wrist with his shotgun. The man groaned, and the test reports were scattered all over the floor. One of them floated to Hawk's feet. It was the bloodline certificate of Irene's great-grandmother, and the ink of the 4-generation family tree had not yet dried. Richard scratched at his eyes with his backhand, his nails scraping across his brow bone, and blood beads rolled into his eyelashes. "Aaron!" Hawk gritted his teeth and grabbed the other's arm. The two rolled on the documents on the ground. "David, over here." The muffled sound of a fire axe chopping could be heard outside the warehouse. David's roar pierced through the roar of the hydraulics. "Guard the gap on the east side. I'll be there soon." Almost at the same time, Irene broke open the window of the data room and jumped in. With the tip of the knife against the back of Richard's neck, the man suddenly laughed strangely and moved his fingers rapidly in his trouser pockets. Hawk then noticed that his trouser legs were stained with motor oil. During the struggle, a metal device had slipped from his pocket and fell to the ground. "Hold him down." Blood beads appeared from the tip of Irene's knife. "That's a signal device." When David rushed into the house, the fire axe was still dripping with the blood of the attacker outside the wall. The three of them worked together to pin Richard to the ground. When the nylon rope was wrapped around his wrists for the second time, Hawk felt an old raised scar on the back of his neck. It was the mark of an implanted tracker, exactly the same model used by oil companies to mark missing persons. "The report can't be published," Richard gasped, with blood on the corner of his mouth. "They can even block satellite signals." "Do you think—" "Shut up." Linda's voice came from the door. She held the laptop. The blue light of the screen made her face turn blue. "The last comparison record has been uploaded." The title is Black Rock Energy's Disappearance List: 13 Bodies and the Secret of the 20-Kilometer No Man's Land. The time of transmission. She looked at her watch, 4:17 in the morning. But the next second, everyone froze. A shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the community. It was the shrill sound of the emergency speaker installed on the water tower. Hawk rushed to the window and saw that the 3 trucks outside the fence were reforming, with the steel teeth of the hydraulic demolition tools, all turned towards the community center. There were Linda's satellite antenna, Maggie's sample box, and all the evidence that could nail Black Rock Energy to the pillar of shame. Richard laughed out loud on the ground and was only quieted down after being punched hard by David. But Hawk knew that worse was yet to come. The signal device that Richard had pressed just now was now lying on the floor of the data room, and the indicator light was flashing strangely, like some evil seed about to hatch. Irene squatted down and picked up the signal device. The metal shell still carried Richard's body temperature. Her tinnitus suddenly intensified, as if the sound of countless refrigerated truck engines exploded in her head. It was the roar of 13 corpses being transported, the whimpering of 4 generations of family trees being torn up, and all the sounds that disappeared in the no man's land, now converging into a storm that was about to drown the dome. From outside the wall came the final roar of the hydraulics, duller and more violent than before. Hawk counted and found that there were only 3 meters left in the defense line. The green light of the satellite antenna suddenly went out. The shrill sound of the alarm was like a rusty hacksaw, leaving crackling cracks in the community's tin roof. Hawk dug his fingers into the cracks in the wood of the windowsill and felt damp mildew underneath. These were traces left by the heavy rain 3 days ago, but now they seemed like a metaphor for some kind of fate. They thought they had survived the rainy season, but under the clear sky, they were greeted by an even more deadly flood. The defense line can't hold. The shouting of the punk Tommy came from the backyard. The child just turned 16 last month. He followed David to pick up scrap metal in the reservation. At this moment he was holding a deformed clothesline pole, trying to jam the steel teeth of the hydraulic breaker. The sound of the steel teeth biting into the wall was mixed with his cry. That thing is eating the wall. Really eating. When Irene put the signal device into her trouser pocket, the metal edge hurt her thigh. Her right ear began to buzz again, as if a refrigerated truck was reversing right next to her eardrum, and the beep-beep sound was mixed with the crisp sound of ice breaking. That was the sound she heard in the morgue. The sound of the refrigerator seals contracting as the 13 bodies were taken out. Their truck engine is a Cummins X15, she said suddenly over the alarm. I listened to it in the morgue for 3 hours. The frequency of metal expansion and contraction when it is heated and cooled. Hawk turned his head sharply, and the smell of alcohol mixed with gunpowder sprayed on her face. The man who always wears his cowboy hat, pulled down low, now has red bloodshot eyes like a cracked spider web. What do you want to say? They are afraid of high-frequency noise. Irene pressed her ears, her nails almost digging into the thin skin behind her ears. Last time at the border checkpoint, a truck of the same model broke down, and I heard the metal resonance under the hood. She suddenly grabbed the aluminum coffee pot on the table and knocked hard on the iron table leg. In the lingering sound of ding, the roar of the hydraulic machine outside the wall paused briefly. David's eyes lit up. The mixed-race leader, who always wore a deerskin jacket, with blood from Richard's mouth still on his sleeves, had already picked up the shovel leaning against the corner of the wall and said, "Old John has an abandoned refrigerator compressor. Ruth's garage has a drive shaft broken in 2. He yelled at the top of his lungs. Anything that makes a metallic sound, pile it up against the wall." The crowd began to stir. Several old ladies dug out copper pots from the bottom of their boxes. The children held up tin biscuit boxes. And even Sarah, the doctor who always wore a stethoscope around her neck, took out stainless steel tweezers from the medical box and knocked on the oxygen tank. Hawk pulled the police walkie-talkie from his waist. and shouted into the channel, "Tommy, take a few people to the East Warehouse and move out the smuggled aluminum tubes confiscated last year." His hands were shaking, and Irene knew it was not because of alcohol addiction, but because of the misjudgment 3 years ago. He thought there were only drugs in the drug dealer's truck, but there was a woman holding a baby sitting in the passenger seat. The sound of metal colliding gradually became a wave. Irene counted the rhythms. The shovel hitting the oil drum was a low frequency. The copper basin hitting the iron door was a medium frequency, and the aluminum tubes hitting each other was a high frequency. At the moment when the 3 sound waves overlapped, a crisp click sound was heard outside the wall. A chip appeared on the steel teeth of the hydraulic breaker. It worked. Linda's voice came from the data room. This reporter, who always holds his laptop against his chest, is now hunched over Maggie's sample box, his fingers flying on the keyboard like butterflies. The green light of the satellite antenna went out, but she took out a palm-sized satellite phone from somewhere and propped the antenna on the ice bags in the sample box. Those ice bags also contained Maggie's private collection of bone fragments from missing persons cases in the night, but Richard didn't intend to let them get away with it for long. The instigator, whose face was bruised and swollen by David, was now leaning against the fire hydrant in the community center, his blood dripping onto the concrete floor, forming dark red flowers. His voice suddenly rose, mixed with the sound of alarm, and penetrated into the ears of everyone who was still frightened. "They are using you as bait." He pointed at Irene. "This Cree woman wants your family tree. All that metallic noise will attract more trucks." Pointing to Hawk. "Border Patrol. He killed one of his own 3 years ago, and now he wants to take you as a scapegoat." Several young men who were holding copper pots hesitated. A boy with dreadlocks let go of the basin, which fell to the ground with a clang. "My sister disappeared last month," he said, his throat tightening. "They said they could help me find her."
That's a trap set by BlackRock Energy.
David rushed over and tried to grab him, but was stopped by another woman. The baby in the woman's arms was crying. She stared at the blood on Richard's face and said in a trembling voice, "You said there are people out there who have milk powder. Is there a vaccine?" Hawk put his hand on the pistol at his waist, then slowly released it. Irene knew what he was thinking. The woman holding the baby 3 years ago, whose body was finally found buried under the BlackRock Energy drilling platform. "Listen," she yelled at the top of her voice higher than the alarm. "Your family tree is in Maggie's sample box. Those bone fragments prove you have 4 generations of Aboriginal ancestry. It will allow you to take back your land." She grabbed its signal device and threw it to the ground. The metal shell cracked, revealing a chip with the BlackRock Energy logo inside. "This thing will attract more trucks, but as long as we hold the wall's falling down." Tommy's scream cut her off. The last 3 meters of defense line held out for 10 minutes amid the metallic noise. At this moment, it finally collapsed to the open space outside like a gnawed bone. The headlights of the 3 trucks lit up at the same time. In the white light, Irene saw the person in the driver's seat raised a gun. Not an ordinary police pistol, but one with a silencer, and the bullet holes on the back of the necks of the 13 corpses were exactly the same. Linda's satellite phone suddenly made a beep sound. When she looked up, the sending on the screen changed to delivered. The reporter's fingers were shaking, but he still made an okay gesture to the air. Hawk saw her mouth shape. The title is The Disappearing List in No Man's Land. 13 corpses and 4 generations of family trees. The sound of a truck engine approached. Richard was still laughing, blood foam splattering at the corners of his raised mouth. But Irene heard a clearer sound, the resonance of countless refrigerated truck engines, and in the vortex of her tinnitus, the disappeared women began to speak. They said, "Hold on." They said, "Don't let our names become numbers under the drilling platform." The first bullet grazed Irene's hair. As Hawk pulled her under the table, he heard sirens coming from outside the community. Not the Arizona State Police they were familiar with, but a radio call with a Canadian accent. Linda's report finally flew out, but no one had time to celebrate at the moment. David picked up an iron rod and rushed out. Sarah was bandaging the gunshot wound on Tommy's arm, and Hawk finally pulled out his service pistol. Irene took out the fragment of the signal device from her trouser pocket, and the metal edge cut her palm. The blood dripped onto the ground and mixed with Richard's blood, like a flower of evil about to bloom. Thousands of miles away in a newsroom, the night editor's coffee cup fell to the table with a thud. He stared at the computer screen. The headline on the front page glowed coldly in the darkness. 13 Aboriginal female corpses found in the unsupervised corridor at the US-Canada border. Who is devouring the missing names? With the mouse hovering over the publish button, he heard hurried footsteps coming from downstairs. Erin was pressing pressure against the wound on her palm with her sleeve when a shotgun blast ripped a charred hole through the plywood door of the community room. Blood seeped through the cheesecloth and spread over the fragments of the signal device, coating the metal patterns engraved with the numbers with a layer of red paint. Hawk's hand brushed the back of her neck, the roughness of the holster leather. Don't stare at the blood. Keep your eyes on Richard's men. They're out of bullets and are reloading. This sentence made her tinnitus suddenly sharp. The hum of the refrigerated truck's engine surged out from the depths of his memory, along with Tommy's groans and the dull sound of David's iron rod hitting the iron sheet, exploding in his eardrums. She felt the same way when she found the refrigerated truck in the desert 3 months ago. The resonant sound of the metal penetrated the stench of rotting meat and pierced directly into her brain. The names of 13 women were locked in that old Cummins engine. Police. Drop your weapons! When the Royal Canadian Mounted Police's shout exploded from the window, Richard's men were holding modified air rifles. The young man with green hair trembled, and the bullet hit Sarah's medicine box and flew into the wall, shocking Tommy, who was bandaging the wound and making him gasp. Sarah's hand on his shoulder was as steady as a rock. If you move again, you will be crippled. The venison jerky that your mother asked me to bring last month is still in my bag. Tommy straightened his back immediately, and blood dripped down through his fingers and into Richard's pool of blood on the ground. David's iron rod had missed the target and did not hit his head, but broke the guy's wrist. Linda's cell phone rang 13 times in the chaos. She hid behind a filing cabinet, her screen glowing like a fire. The Globe and Mail retweeted it. The New York Times reporter in Ottawa is asking about an interview. Damn, Fox News is accusing us of inciting racial confrontation. She almost shouted the last sentence, her hair tips stained with dust from the wall, but her eyes were frighteningly bright. Irene suddenly remembered the first time she met her. This reporter was squatting outside the church on the reservation, her notebook filled with the bloody and tearful stories of mixed-race children, the tip of her pen piercing the paper. The situation was stabilized after half an hour. The first to rush in were 3 men in denim jackets, carrying a sign that read, Aboriginal Legal Aid, followed by college students holding cameras. Then came 2 off-road vehicles with environmental watch signs. The girls who got out of the vehicles used their bodies to protect the community's water tower. Irene knew that the samples in the water tower were collected by Sarah and might contain heavy metals from oil leaks. When the first Arizona police car approached with blue and red lights flashing and sirens blaring, Richard's men had already started throwing their weapons. One boy even held his head and shouted, "We are here just to ask for food relief." Hawk still held his service pistol in his hand, the barrel of the gun making his palms sweat. He stared at the back of the green-haired boy who was handcuffed by the police, and his Adam's apple moved. 3 years ago at the border checkpoint, he watched a drug dealer raise his hands to surrender in the same way, but the guy turned out to have a grenade hidden in his arms, which blew off half of his partner's face. At this moment, the fluorescent lights in the activity room cast white spots on his sunglasses. Irene touched his wrist and said, "They didn't bring real guns." Richard couldn't bear to do that. What he doesn't want to give up is his life. David wiped the blood off the iron rod, and the old scars on his knuckles turned white under the light. The father of this mixed-race leader was a Cree hunter, and his mother was an accountant for an oil company. When he was 20 years old, he found a 4-generation genealogy in the reservation library and learned that he was eligible to apply for tribal identity. However, his mother had been fired by the company for falsifying her bloodline and died in a shabby apartment in the slums. What should we do now? He pounded the iron rod into the ground, shaking the dust off. Linda's report exploded, but those oilmen will not lie down and wait to die. Sarah pushed up her glasses and pulled a stack of medical records from the medicine box. Her white coat was still stained with Tommy's blood, but the way she turned the papers looked like she was dissecting a corpse. Last month, 6 mixed-race children came to me for fever-reducing injections. Their temperatures were all over 40 degrees, but their blood routine showed that their white blood cells were normal. I secretly took a blood sample. She pointed to the highlighter mark on the edge of the medical record. The lab came back with the results this morning, and it contained benzoprine and unusual gene fragments. Erin's tinnitus suddenly changed its tone. She took out the fragment of the signal device from her pocket, and the metal edge cut the wound that had just stopped. This time she didn't wipe the blood off, but just stared at the blurred marks on the fragments. The same pattern as the number on the chassis of the refrigerated truck 3 months ago. They used missing people as human experiments. She heard her voice trembling. The drilling platform needed to cover up the leak, so they used living people as testing tools. Hawk took off his sunglasses, and the red bloodshot around his eyes looked like spider webs. He fished out a wrinkled cigarette case from his trouser pocket, took out a cigarette, and put it out. I received a call from an informant this morning. A private security company in Texas has transferred 3 squadrons to the border. His thumb rubbed the hammer of his gun. They may want to create another violent incident and throw the dirty water on us. The door of the activity room was suddenly kicked open. Linda rushed in, holding her cell phone, and on the screen there was a pop-up news push. Vicious conflict broke out in the Aboriginal community. Extremists suspected of attacking police officers. The picture under the title is a blurry surveillance screenshot, and you can barely make out David holding an iron rod. The oil company bought the trending search. She dug her nails into her palm. Now people on the internet are saying that we are terrorists and that the 13 bodies were a self-directed torture trick. Sarah's medical records clattered onto the table. David's iron rod hit the ground, causing the teacup to jump. Hawk took out his cell phone, and on the screen was the location sent by a colleague. On the borderline, 3 trucks with energy exploration license plates were moving towards the community, with oil drums piled in the truck beds, glowing coldly in the setting sun. A new sound suddenly mixed into Irene's tinnitus. It's not the engine of the refrigerated truck, it's the roar of the excavator, the vibration of the drilling platform, and the countless names buried underground shouting, "Don't stop." She grabbed the broken pieces of the signal device on the table, and the blood dripped onto Sarah's medical record, staining the words benzoprine, dark red. They want us to become numbers. She looked out the window at the setting sun. Her throat tightened. But we have names. Hawk put his pistol back on his waist, and this time he didn't wear his sunglasses. David picked up the iron rod, and the scar glowed warmly in the twilight. Sarah closed the medical record and put the blood sample tube in her breast pocket. Linda's phone rang again. It was the international editor of The Guardian, who said he wanted to do some in-depth tracking. Thousands of miles away in Houston, a man in a tailor-made suit put down his coffee cup in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 37th floor of the Petroleum Building. He looked at the news on his phone, a smile forming on the corners of his mouth. When his assistant knocked on the door and came in, he was sending a message to the head of the private security company. According to Plan B, before 10 o'clock tonight, let the evidence of violence in that community cover all the headlines. The wind blew sand against the windows of the activity room. Irene took out the creased silver jewelry from her pocket, which was given to her by her grandmother before she disappeared. The silver jewelry touched the blood on my palm and was chillingly cold. There was the roar of a truck outside, not a police car, not a backup, but a new one with the smell of diesel and the roar of approaching. As the roar of diesel vehicles broke the twilight, the light bulbs in the activity room were making crackling sounds of electricity. Irene's hands, which were holding the creased silver jewelry, were covered with sweat. The silver pendant engraved with the Thunderbird totem was stuck to the blood stain on the palm of her hand, like a piece of burning charcoal. "Everyone come sit here." Hawk's voice was like sandpaper rubbing against a rusty gun barrel. He wasn't wearing the pair of sunglasses that always covered his eyes. The areas around his eyes were dark blue like bruises, but brighter than ever. It was the sharpness that is unique to a person before a post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, strikes, as if he wanted to dig out all the shadows and expose them to the sun. He pulled a tattered blanket over the varnished wooden table, on which lay the fragments of the signal device, Sarah's medical records, and a half-finished bottle of tequila. "The oil traders are going to throw dirty water." David poked the iron rod into the ground, and the scar glowed dark purple under the dim light. As the leader of the mixed-race people, his buckskin jacket was still stained with sawdust from helping an old woman repair her roof in the afternoon. "They will say we burned down the warehouse, robbed the pharmacy, whatever they want." Sarah pushed her glasses and turned to the page in the medical record that said benzopyrene exceeded the standard by 37. Her fingers were shaking, not because of fear but because of anger. As a community doctor, she had seen too many mixed-race children crying blood and coughing up bloody phlegm. This carcinogen only appears in wastewater from unconventional drilling. They used our lives to exchange for shale gas, and now they want to turn us into violent elements to silence us. Linda's cell phone was vibrating. The editor of the international edition of The Guardian had just sent her a message saying that an anonymous informant in Houston had revealed that the oil company's public relations team was rushing to produce a video of mixed-race people attacking witnesses. She placed her phone upside down on the table, a strand of her blonde hair blown by the wind. "I can contact independent photographers to broadcast the current situation in the community in real time. But they must have bribed the local media. Let them talk," Irene said suddenly. She kicked her cowboy boots hard against the table legs, making the silver jewelry jingle. "We have the name, the scars, and Sarah's blood sample. If they can make up 10 pieces of fake news, we will throw out 100 real evidences." She pulled a map and slapped it on the table, circling the no man's land on the US-Canada border with a red pen. The last phone call before Grandma disappeared said that she saw a refrigerated truck driving this way. Now the bodies in the truck and the location of the signal device are all connected together. That's easy to say. Richard's voice was like broken glass. The mixed-race guy who always wore a plaid shirt stood in the corner, twirling a bottle of Coke in his hand. Irene remembered that he was helping the children distribute food 3 days ago, but now his eyes were glittering with a sly light. "You want evidence? Look outside first." He pointed out the window. "I just saw 3 satellite broadcast vehicles at the intersection. Reporters were holding microphones and chasing homeless people, insisting that they were our thugs." Hawk's hand suddenly fell on his pistol. His knuckles were white, a habit he'd developed when he'd misjudged the drug dealer's hideout and had his partner blown to pieces. "Sit down." His voice was as low as thunder. "Either help me or go get the check from the oilman." Richard stiffened his neck and tried to retort, but the wind that blew in through the door choked him, and he was speechless. Jack squeezed in, helping an old woman wrapped in a blanket, followed by 7 or 8 mixed-race children holding farm tools. They put a banner at the entrance of the community, the old woman said, and it said, "Mixed-race people get out of Arizona." The air in the activity room froze instantly. Irene rushed to the window and saw through the torn gauze curtain that there were more than 20 people holding cameras blocking the iron gate. The leading female reporter held up a microphone and shouted into the camera, "This is a hotbed of violence. Half an hour ago, a pregnant woman was pushed down by an armed man." The scene switched to a white woman holding her belly. On her wrist she was clearly wearing the same Patek Philippe watch as the man on the 37th floor of the oil building. "That was the liar I caught stealing milk powder from the supermarket last week." Sarah stood up suddenly and slammed the medical record book shut. She wasn't pregnant at all. Her uterus had been removed long ago. It's useless. Linda tugged at the corner of her clothes. "They want pictures, not the truth." She took out her phone and typed quickly. "I'll ask my colleagues in London to check the source of this reporter's funding." Wait, the Arizona Post has published a headline. Everyone came over to look. The headline on the front page hurts the eyes. "Bloody conflict breaks out in mixed-race community. Police confirm those involved are in possession of illegal weapons." With a close-up of David's iron rod and small print underneath that reads "Suspected murder weapon." Damn it. David's scar turned red, and he held the iron bar tightly, his knuckles turning white. "This is the tool I used to repair the fence for old Tom's family." "Calm down." Hawk held his shoulder. This time he didn't reach for the tequila. "They just want to provoke us to take action." He turned to Jack and said, "Take the women and children to the cellar, and lock up the medicines and documents." He nodded to Irene and said, "You and Linda go collect all the surveillance footage from the past 3 days, especially the routes that the oil trucks have passed. Sarah," he stared at the bloody words on the medical record, "you continue to analyze the blood samples. The source of benzopyrene is the key." "What about me?" Richard asked sarcastically. Hawk suddenly laughed, a sneer filled with gravel. He pulled a photo from his pocket that he had taken at a convenience store last week. Richard was clinking glasses with the head of the oil company's private security. "Either get out now or wait for the FBI to come and ask you to come." Richard's face turned pale instantly. He turned around, pushed open the gauze curtain and ran out. The wind he brought made Sarah's blood sample tube clink. When night fell completely, the broadcast vehicle outside the community turned on the searchlight. Irene stood on the terrace on the second floor, the silver jewelry cold in the wind. She looked downstairs. Jack was squatting among the children, drawing stars on the ground with branches. David and a few young people were piling up old tires into roadblocks, and the iron bars were glowing coldly in the moonlight. Sarah was turning on a small desk lamp in the activity room, and the light from the microscope made her face flicker, as if she was deciphering some ancient code. Hawk walked onto the terrace without the bottle in his hand. He looked at the car lights looming in the desert in the distance. Not police cars, but more diesel trucks, but more diesel trucks, but more diesel trucks, approaching along the dry riverbed. "Here they come," he said. Irene touched the silver ornament around her neck before she disappeared. Grandma said that the Thunderbird would bring the truth when the blood moon rises. The moon is not full yet, but there is already a smell of rust in the wind. It is the smell of blood and the smell of truth. We hold it. She pressed the silver into Hawk's hand. With our names, with our scars, with everything they want to erase. There was a crisp sound of metal colliding in the distance. It was the oil company's people dismantling the community's iron gate. In the activity room, under Sarah's microscope, the benzopyrene crystals in the blood sample were flashing a strange light. That was not ordinary industrial waste, but a unique mark of an illegal drilling well. She pulled out her phone and sent a message to the Guardian editor. "The evidence has been locked. The coordinates are 32B. The wind blew sand in our faces and blew out the emergency lights on the terrace. But in the darkness, Hawk felt Irene's hand. Their palms are marked with blood, with the warmth of silver jewelry, and with vivid hot names that refused to be turned into numbers. The car lights outside the community were getting closer and closer, illuminating the sign, 'We have a name on the iron gate.' At 2:17 in the morning, the Arizona wind, wrapped in the smell of rust, poured into the ventilation ducts of the abandoned industrial area. condensing into a sharp buzzing sound in Irene's ears. She touched the empty spot on her neck. The silver jewelry was still in Hawk's pocket, pressed against his skin, which was slightly hot from drinking. Paul said that they hide things that cannot be seen in the light in the Old Crow warehouse. David's voice was very low, and the half-blood leader's leather boots rolled over a piece of broken glass. 30 years ago, this was a cannery, but it later went bankrupt. There is a cold storage in the basement. The genealogy archives are most afraid of moisture. Hawk suddenly raised his hand. The three of them paused at the same time. From the corner ahead came the sound of metal chains being dragged, mixed with heavy breathing. Irene's tinnitus suddenly intensified. It was the low-frequency vibration of a diesel engine, the same model as the refrigerated truck that was intercepted on the border road a while ago. 2. Bring your weapons. Hawk's thumb rubbed across the pistol on his waist. The holster was shiny from long-term rubbing. David, the left pipe. Irene, the right vent.
I'll lead you away.
Irene didn't say anything, but put the tactical flashlight into David's hand. Her nails dug deep into her palms, where there were still bloody marks from dismantling the roadblocks last night. The last time her grandmother braided her hair before she disappeared, she said, "Cree girls will have Thunderbird claws embedded in their bones." Now she felt that the claws were drilling out of her bone marrow. The pain made her knees tremble, but it also made her movements half a beat faster than usual. When the first thug rushed over with an iron rod, Irene had already climbed onto the ventilation duct above her head. The rusty iron groaned beneath her feet, but it just drowned out the sound of David's footsteps as he walked around behind the thug. Hawk's tactical boot crushed a brick, and he shouted in the other direction, "Hey, you're looking for me, right?" The dull sound of the iron rod hitting the concrete wall and David's groan from being strangled sounded almost simultaneously. Irene hung upside down and looked down. The moonlight leaked in from the broken ceiling and illuminated Hawk's profile. His pupils contracted into thin lines, which was a sign before the onset of PTSD. He did the same thing when his colleague was shot 3 years ago, filtering all sounds into screams in his tinnitus. "Let's go." She rolled over and landed, kicking the iron bar away. The Old Crow warehouse is on the far east side. Turn left after the third loading dock. David wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "How do you know?" Paul had marks in his letters. Aaron fished out a crumpled piece of paper with coffee stains on the corners. He said they marked the blood samples with benzopyrene, just like ranchers put ear tags on cattle. Those whose names are erased will eventually become ear tags under the drilling rig. There are 3 locks on the iron door of the Old Crow warehouse. When Hawk smashed the second lock open with the butt of his gun, half a broken nail fell out of the lock core. It was painted with dark purple nail polish, exactly the same as the nail polish on Maya, a 16-year-old girl who disappeared in the community last week. Irene's silver jewelry suddenly slipped out of Hawk's pocket, and the pendant hit the keyhole, making a sharp sound. Wait. She picked up the silver jewelry. The tail of the Thunderbird-shaped pendant just fit into the gap of the keyhole. Grandma said that my great-grandfather made it with drilling waste. When the oil company first entered the reservation, the moment the lock tongue clicked open, the dust in the warehouse swirled in the flashlight beam like an awakened ghost. Under the innermost shelf, the corner of half of the movable floor was lifted up, revealing a black safe. David tore off the covering oilcloth, and the scratches on the metal surface glowed coldly under the light. They were exactly the benzopyrene crystal patterns that Sarah had seen under the microscope. The combination. Hawk's fingers rested on the safe dial. Did Paul mention it? Irene's fingertips stroked the edge of the safe, where a line of tiny words was engraved. 1987 12. Exactly the same date as the missing case sample that Maggie, the forensic doctor, had kept. She suddenly remembered Maggie's voice on the phone. The birth certificates of those girls all ended up in the same place. 5512. She blurted out. The sound of the turntable turning is like a heartbeat. 1, 2. and the third time it makes a soft click sound. The moment the safe door opened, bundles of documents poured out. The top one was an official letter from a testing agency. In view of the fact that the applicant is missing 4 generations of family tree, it is determined that he does not have Aboriginal identity. The photo attached below was of Mary, an old lady in the community who often came to collect food. Her great-grandmother was clearly buried in the mountain behind the reservation. They falsified all the records that could prove our ancestry. David's voice was shaking. The land office said we had no legal status, so the oil companies could use unowned land to apply for drilling permits. Suddenly, the roar of a car engine was heard in the distance. Irene's tinnitus suddenly became sharp. It was the sound of at least 5 pickup trucks braking at the same time. The moment the back door of the warehouse was kicked open, Richard Green's figure was blocked in the moonlight. He was dressed in a suit and tie, but he was holding a shotgun in his hand, and the barrel was stained with fresh blood. "Congratulations. You found the toy." His smile was like a blade dipped in honey. "But the toy is only meaningful if it matches the player." Flashlights lit up around the warehouse, and at least 12 figures walked out of the shadows, with iron rods and stun guns in their hands flashing cold light. Hawk protected Irene and David behind him, with his gun loaded. But he knew, 12 weapons, 3 people, and only 6 bullets in the magazine. "Hand over the documents, and I'll make you die quickly." Richard pressed his thumb on the hammer of the shotgun. "Otherwise," he glanced at the silver ornaments around Irene's neck, "you will become parts in the drilling machine like those girls." Irene took out her cell phone, and the screen showed a message from Sarah. "The Guardian has confirmed the coordinates. Support will arrive in 2 hours." But amid the sound of pickup truck horns outside the warehouse, she heard closer footsteps, at least 20 people, coming from all directions. Hawk's hands were shaking, not because of his alcohol addiction, but because he felt the blood stain on Irene's palm and the old scar on the back of his hand. David picked up the iron rod on the ground. It was still stained with Maya's nail polish, like a drop of blood that refused to coagulate in the darkness. "We hold it." Erin's voice was as soft as a sigh, but it cut through all the noise. "Use our name." Richard's shotgun clicked, and the safety came off. The moonlight outside the warehouse was suddenly covered by shadows, and more pickup trucks drove over. The car lights illuminated a message spray-painted on the wall, faded to a pale pink but still legible. "We have names." When the warehouse's iron door clanged against the butt of a shotgun, Irene's nails almost dug into the bloody marks on her palms. That was the scratch she had made when she crashed into an abandoned container 3 hours ago. It now matched perfectly with the old cross-shaped scar on the back of Hawk's hand, like 2 gears that had been misaligned for years and finally meshed together. "They're going to tear down the door." David's voice was muffled in his throat. The nail polish on the iron rod glowed faintly blue in the shadows, the freedom blue that Maya had applied during her last protest before her disappearance. Sarah said that when she found the bottle of nail polish under her pillow, there was still half a piece of dried grass leaf stained on the mouth of the bottle. Hawk's pistol was pressed against the door latch, his wrist heavy with the weight of 6 rounds of bullets. He could hear Richard's men changing magazines outside the door, and the sound of metal colliding made his temple throb. Just like that stormy night 7 years ago, he also heard the drug dealer loading his shotgun, and then Jones fell into his arms, and the blood stain on the police badge could not be washed off to this day. Irene suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Her eyes were abnormally bright, like lightning before a desert rainstorm. "Remember last week at the border bridge tunnel, when those smuggling trucks stalled when they heard the metal knocking?" Hawk's breath hitched. "Last week when they were tracking the refrigerated truck that was carrying corpses, Irene hit the guardrail with a wrench, and as a result 3 trucks disguised as cattle trucks broke down at the same time. At that time she said that the engine resonance frequency was interfered with, but he later found out from research that in order to avoid surveillance, the circuit system of those modified smuggled trucks used old copper coils, which were most afraid of high-frequency vibrations. There's a pile of waste oil pipes in the corner of the warehouse. David suddenly pointed to the pile of metal in the shadows. I helped unload the leftovers from Jack's move of the generator last week. The three people's eyes swept towards the corner at the same time. The rusty oil pipes, deformed tin barrels, and half a truck bumper glowed coldly in the moonlight. Irene bent down, picked up a steel pipe as thick as a thumb, and knocked it on the ground. The buzzing sound was like a thin needle, piercing Hawk's eardrum directly. The moment he frowned, a curse came from outside the door. Who the hell honked the horn? That's the frequency. Erin pressed the steel pipe into Hawk's hand. You hit the long note, and David and I hit the short note. It's like Morse code. Her fingers pressed lightly on the old scar on the back of Hawk's hand. Their car's circuit will explode. Hawk's hand stopped shaking. He remembered the last words Jones said before he died. Please help me wipe the badge clean. At this moment, the coolness of the steel pipe seeped into his blood vessels through his palms, and he suddenly heard his own heartbeat clearly. 1, 2, and it was exactly the same frequency as the monitor when he was watching Jones in the hospital. When the first knock sounded, the pickup truck lights outside the warehouse suddenly flashed twice. Richard's curse mixed with the hum of metal vibration hit the iron wall. Fuck, why is the oil pump broken? The second and third sounds, the collision of oil pipes and bumpers interweaved into a network. Smoke rose from the hood of a modified pickup truck. The lights of another truck went out completely, and in the darkness came the scream of tires rubbing against the ground. A thug panicked and knocked over an oil barrel. Go, Hawk grabbed Irene's arm, and David raised an iron bar to smash the wooden board of the rear window. The night wind blew in the smell of rust. Irene touched the USB flash drive in her trouser pocket. Inside was the DNA comparison report on missing persons over the past 23 years compiled by Sarah. The sample from the 1980s sent by Maggie was in the third folder. As they ran past the abandoned loading dock, Richard's shotgun blasted behind them. The bullet grazed Irene's ear and hit the wall. She tasted the sweet smell of blood. Hawk had bitten his lip when he pushed her. The shadows of the three people were stretched out in the moonlight, like three arrows shot towards the community. At the same time, in a mixed-race community, 2 kilometers away, Sarah was slapping a stack of blood test reports in front of Linda's laptop. The lead content exceeded the standard by 4 times, and the benzene residue remained. Her voice was very low, but it sounded like knocking on a bronze bell. These are not ordinary disappearances, but the cleaning of the scene after chronic poisoning. Linda's fingers flew on the keyboard, and the number of views on the live broadcast interface was soaring at a rate of 3 digits per second. The truth in the comment area was painted into a red river. Use the old refrigerator to block the back door. Jack's shout mixed with the sound of hammering penetrated the kitchen window. Several young people were piling up sofas and tables at the door, with a faded slogan on top, "We have names," which Irene and her children had painted with acrylic during the protest last week. A little girl with pigtails stood nearby, holding Maya's old rag doll. The hem of the doll's skirt was stained with the same blue nail polish as the iron rod. When Hawk and his companions appeared at the community intersection, the skyline was suddenly illuminated by car lights. A convoy of more than 20 pickup trucks rolled over the gravel road. In the dust, Richard's face twisted into a devil's in the passenger seat. Tear down this broken village for me. Whoever has the document in his hands will have his bones ground into ashes. The community's iron gate was dented by the first wave of impact. Linda's live broadcast screen shook violently, and finally stopped at Sarah's hand holding the blood test report. Jack rushed over to protect the little girl holding the doll, and his back hit the broken glass, while Hawk, Irene, and David were walking through the burning roadblock, and the USB flash drive was hot in Irene's palm like a fire that could go out at any time. Richard's laughter pierced through the intercom. "Run, you little bastards. When I demolish your crappy community, I'll put the documents into the drilling machine, Irene paused. She saw that someone had hung a string of copper bells on the old oak tree in the community square. When the wind blew, the tinkling sound mixed with the metallic vibrations in the distance, like an out-of-tune requiem. Further away, the lights of the Guardian support convoy were penetrating the dust and falling into the desert like stars. But at this moment, the nearest danger was the dust kicked up by Richard's truck, which was flowing over her feet. The edges of the USB flash drive rubbed against the bloodstains on her palm. She heard Hawk say in her ear, "I'll count to 3, and we'll charge." David's iron rod flashed in the moonlight, and the blue nail polish suddenly became dazzling, as if Maya was saying, "Remember my name." There was the sound of glass breaking in the community, and Linda's last shout. The live broadcast is still being recorded. The shadows of the 3 people overlapped and ran towards the old oak tree in the center of the square. Linda's laptop was still open, and the camera was facing here. The wind blew up the silver ornament around Irene's neck. It was the Cree totem passed down to her by her grandmother. At this moment it was hitting the USB drive, making a clear metallic sound. The horn of Richard's truck was getting closer, and Erin's fingertips were already touching the cover of the laptop. What she didn't know was that further away, in Maggie's laboratory, under an old microscope, tissue samples from the 1980s were emitting a faint blue light, the same color as Maya's nail polish, the blood on the iron rod, and all the forgotten names. The treasure house is about to close, but the next puzzle is waiting. If it moves you, please gently like, subscribe, and pass on this piece. Sleep well, dear wanderer.